Shalom, people. We are back at it. It is Thursday, April 10th. It's 1:30 in the morning. Shout outs to everybody going to work. Have a great day. Don't work too hard. Do your fucking job. Be nice to people. Pays to be nice. I used to hear a cliche, I guess, an adage when I was a kid that you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar, which is a term alluding to the fact that you must be nice to people. You'll do better being nice to people than being bitter. Um, of course, if you want the optimal amount of flies, you use shit. Anyone from the hood has ever seen a pile of shit on the road in the summer? You see like hella flies on that shit. But anyway, that's just to add, a different perspective. Because yes, it pays to be nice, but sometimes you gotta go ape shit. So always refrain from doing that if you can, right? But when you ain't got no choice, fuck it, go ape shit. But if you don't have to, if you can avoid it, do your best to avoid it. Today, if Lord so wills, when I'm done with my shift and I'm not terribly sleepy, I'm going to share with you a series of shorts in regards to the Constitution. Above all things that I've loved in my life, like that fascinate me, that interest me, the law is probably at the very top of the list. Simply because as a young man, I was idealistic, thought that I would be a constitutional lawyer and come and, you know, protect the rights of my people, black and brown people. I fucked that all up as a young man, right? Because I made poor decisions. But it didn't, even though I made poor decisions, it didn't fuck with my love of the law. Constitutional law is amazing because it takes your God given rights and protects them on a federal and state level. But if you don't know them, you don't have them, right? So, anyway, later on today, I'm going to share a couple of shorts uh, titled Know Your Constitution. It's a lecture by Carl Miller. Anyway, I'll share it in a few. I mean, later on this morning, either later on this morning or Friday morning. Doubtful if Friday, though. That's the Sabbath prep and Juma prayer. So I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, y'all stand by. I got to go get a coffee. Anyway, people, it's that time. And again, you all have a great day. I'm out here. I'm gonna leave the mic on. And who knows, we may have good conversation today. I'd like to keep a dialogue going, but it's difficult with driving and chatting. Not only is it difficult, it's dangerous. But whatever, I'm out here. All right, well, let's go. No, no.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on Liberty Street.
Oh.
Keep left on Franklin Street.
So a veteran stops paying his mortgage because he can't afford it. And the bank does what banks do. They start barking their little orders and throwing threats at him. If you did something special, I'm going to give you the juice, but you're going to do something for me. I do for you, you do for me. You're going to go right here and follow Derek. That's right. Click it right here, follow the link, go follow him, like his content, and come back. I'll wait. While we're waiting on those guys to go do that, I need to clue you in on something. Your mortgage is faker than the $3 bill. That mortgage ain't worth spit in the dry wind. It's a snake in Sunday boots. Well, that thing's more crooked than a possum on moonshine. That mortgage ain't nothing but a rotted fence post. It's a pile of cow pies with a ribbon on top. Well, that ain't a contract. That's a bait for suckers. That's like putting lipstick on a tick. Was any of that stuff too vague? Let me be a little more clear for you. Your mortgage is fraudulent. All right, so without letting the bank know, he gets a forensic audit done. That's right. They're not even going to see it coming. And guess what this audit finds? That's right, slander of title. You know what that means? Well, you're going to find out because the audio and the text are following. That's right. Certified, notarized, sworn affidavit from the auditor. That's right. He's ready to testify in open court against the bank. So now we have legal proof. Not opinions, not TikTok theories, certified, slam dunk, game over. Here comes the audio and the letter from the auditor, certified. Chain of title's broken. Servicer has no legal claim. The bank does not own the property. They violated federal laws so hard that they should be paying this guy rent.
All right. So let's talk about it. So one, you signed a note, okay, and you signed a deed of trust, okay, and then shortly after signing, okay, they recorded. As a matter of fact, the same day that you signed it, right? Your loan documents are dated July 13th, okay, and the deed of trust at Wake County Registers of Deeds office the same date, July 13th. Okay, so on that day, July 13th, okay, your loan was properly encumbered. Okay? Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, want to make sure. So then, after that is they sold the debt to Ginnie Mae. Okay? And you have evidence of that, okay, because we've shown you that loan level data, right? It's in the affidavit, right? And we've shown you this is your debt. And when we cross-index the indicator information on your deed of trust and your note, and then we say, hey, this is the debt, right? This debt belongs to Austin, right? This is his debt, right? Look at everything that matches. That case number matches, right? One of the things that they cannot do, okay, is when you look at your documents, okay, your documents are your documents, right? The cool part is, right, because this is a VA loan, okay, you have a VA case number, okay? So only Ginnie Mae can own your debt because it is a VA loan, right? So Truist Bank has this note with their name on it, right? So you stand up loud and proud, hey, you guys are full of crap. Well, I understand your name to this note. You're not named to the debt. And if you don't own the debt, right, if the purpose of that note is to evidence debt, that debt is no longer evidenced by the note, okay? Now, while there is an assignment, right, there's a corporate assignment of deed of trust. The purpose of the assignment of deed of trust was to memorialize transactions pertaining to the sale of the note, right? So when we look to the note, yes, there was an endorsement to Truist Bank. But when we did our thorough investigation or deep dive as to where that debt lies, we realized that the debt was not with Truist Bank, it was with Ginnie Mae. And Ginnie Mae has placed that debt in a Ginnie Mae Trust 2023-117. Now, when you understand that, right, that there is a trustee to this trust, and that trustee is U.S. Bank National Association. Ginnie Mae Government National Mortgage Association, they are the guarantor, okay? But the trustee is U.S. Bank N.A. However, U.S. Bank N.A. is not named to your note, but they are the trustee of the trust. Ginnie Mae is not named to your note, and they are the guarantor of the trust. So neither party is named to the note that should have been named.
Right.
So with nobody being named proper to the note, yes, Truist Bank is named to the note, but they have not acquired rights of enforcement
Right
to
on
the note.
15th Street.
Because
Then
if you
turn right
go
on
to your
30th
trust information sheet, okay, and go to the statutes, right, you're going to go to page 4 of 7, right, NCGSA 253203, transfer of rights acquired by transfer. That is the only statute where you acquire rights to the instrument. This is what you must understand, okay? So if you go to subsection D, subsection D says if a transfer purports to transfer less than the entire instrument, the transferee obtains no rights under this article. It's only the rights of a partial assignee. And you're saying, Joe, what the hell is an entire instrument? Well, think about it.
The note
The note and what?
and the deed of trust and the
Debt.
the debt
The
itself.
note and the debt, right. Because remember, the note has two parts, the note and the debt. The debt is your promise to pay. Okay, so remember, when you looked at the note, right? It says, in return for a loan I have received, past tense, I promise to pay. I understand that the lender may transfer this note, so you're acknowledging it can transfer. But it says, the lender or anyone who takes it by transfer. Okay, so Truist is taking it by transfer. But the second part of that sentence says, and who is entitled to receive payments under this note? Well, the only one that's entitled to receive payments is Ginnie Mae, because this is a Ginnie Mae loan. Right. Now, does that make sense? So, while Truist Bank is named to the note, they don't have the debt.
The trunk release is on the trunk itself. Above the trunk release is on the trunk itself. It's not inside the car. It's above the number 39 on the license plate.
They have acquired less than the entire instrument, so they've acquired no rights. And they have only the rights of a partial assignee.
So it makes it null and void, but they also separated the deed of trust.
Correct. So understand, with the debt no longer being attached to the note, it is no longer a properly encumbered instrument.
What's going on? How are you? All right.
Head to your drop-off at JetBlue. Turn right on North 15th Street, then turn right on Chester Avenue.
Please use your
Turn
seatbelt
right on
for your
Chester
safety.
Avenue. Turn right on Chester Avenue, then turn right on Bloomfield Avenue.
Permit. Okay? Because understand the purpose of that deed of trust was to attach itself to the debt. Well, the debt was sold to Ginnie Mae, but Ginnie Mae is not named in public record. So Ginnie Mae is not named in public record, then they've acquired less than the entire instrument.
Therefore,
That's it.
I should be entitled to the title / deed.
No, you're not entitled. You're just going to have to fight for it.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to figure out how to do that.
Right. So, and that's why I said, well, you know, what they have done is they have created they've slandered your title, right? And I say slander of title because they give a false sense of color of title, right? That has been done properly. Anybody looking at your folder would say, oh my God, you're screwed. You know, Truist is named to the note, Truist is named to the corporate deed of trust, assignment of deed of trust. And while those two are correct, the problem is that the debt was never transferred to Truist. The debt was sold to Ginnie Mae, who put it in this Ginnie Mae trust, and that's where it is. As of a couple of days ago.
Okay.
You know, you have evidence of that. I've signed under penalty of perjury, which is a class 3 felony if I'm lying.
Right.
You know, and at 66 years old, planet. You know, so again, you know, when you go back and listen to this, understand, right? Understanding the statutes are perfectly. That's what you need to do. Understand what 25.3-203 is. Well, that is the only statute where you acquire rights of enforcement to a negotiable instrument being the note. Okay, because they're going to say, well, it's endorsed to us. You're correct, it's endorsed to you. But you don't have the debt. So when you go into the educational notes, okay, read the educational notes. All right, because in the notes, again, we talk about that. Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse says that. All right?
I'm reading it right now. See what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Point blank.
Exactly. It says it specifically. So when you understand that treatment of servicer, right? 15 U.S.C. Chapter 41, 1641F, right? Says in general, a servicer of a commercial obligation arising from a consumer credit transaction shall not be treated as an assignee of such obligation for the purpose of this section, unless the servicer is or was the owner. Well, they're not the owner. Ginnie Mae is the owner. All right. So number 2, again, they are not the servicer, or they're only the servicer. It says not treated as an owner, you know, on the basis of an assignment for an administrative convenience. A servicer of a consumer obligation arising from a consumer credit transaction shall not be treated as the owner of the obligation. The basis of an assignment of the obligation from the creditor or other assignee to serve solely for the administrative convenience. It's right there.
Yeah.
That's simple. So understand, Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse aren't lying. You have all the information. It's just having a proper understanding. And that's what I do better than anybody else that's out there that I work with. Even the attorneys sit down and they don't know how to articulate it. Because there is a uniform commercial code class that every lawyer is supposed to take, but they just sleep through it. You know, because it's boring shit.
100%.
But this boring shit is what I've been doing for 15 years. And I've had judges and seminars that I've done. I used to do 3-day seminars. And I would just sit and talk for 3 days straight.
Carter Highway.
My goodness. Well, I wish you were performing law. I would literally have you fight with me to get my house back. Or not my house back.
I understand that, but, you know, right now I can't do that, you know. And with me and my neuropathy, you know, I have everything streamlined.
Yeah,
You know, and that's the honest truth. You know, I know my shit front, backwards, and sideways, so it doesn't matter how somebody comes to attack. You know, I've got a case tomorrow where I've got to testify via Zoom, and the gentleman just passed on Sunday. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll be ready to testify on behalf of his children. you know. So I know what they're going to say to you. You know, oh my God, we did everything right. Threw us his name to the note. I don't know, you know, what our problem is.
Fuck me.
You know, well, the problem is that the debt is what Ginnie Mae who placed into this Ginnie Mae trust, and yet Ginnie Mae is not named in public record. Ginnie Mae is not named to the note. And U.S. Bank as trustee is not named in public record, nor are they named to the note. So there is no one that is named proper. Because no one named proper has acquired the debt. Ginnie Mae hasn't. How do you know that? Well, I've got an affidavit from Ms. Trust, and I've looked at all the information, and I'll be darned. But correct, it's in there. And this William, he is a bank expert. Okay? So I've been working with William since 2009. Okay? On my own project. Okay? Of which I won. All right? So I'm Bill's gatekeeper. All right? So him and I work together. So Bill is the same age as I. Bill is 66 as well. Right? Bill is a third generation banker. So think about that. He's 66 years old and he's a third generation. His father was a banker and his grandfather, yeah. And they own 3 banks. And then when they got out of the banking industry, Bill didn't want to get out, so he went to work for a few banks. And one of those banks he went to work for was a bank called IndyMac, the sister company of Countrywide. And Bill worked there for 13 years as a securitization analyst. And Bill's job was to package and portfolio the deals. So this is what he did for a living. He packaged them and he sold them to Ginnie Mae, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Bank of New York Mellon. You know. So the reason he knows where the bodies are buried is he helped bury the bodies. And when he left, and even understand, he never relinquished his licenses. And that's really valuable. Well, yeah, I mean, you're talking thousands of dollars he pays every year. But understand, there is no one else with this access. Very few people. There are some that have access, but understand, in the last 15 years, I've only met 2 other people that have had this access. And one was an attorney. But he didn't know it. Yeah, and I've got an attorney now that's saying he can get in there. And fine. Then I don't know what your problem is, because I've shown you where everything is. Right. But it's different having an attorney do this and having us do this, right? Because data doesn't lie, people lie.
That's right. Yeah, numbers don't lie and records don't.
Numbers don't lie. I mean, you've been in the military. What's what they tell you? Data doesn't lie. You know, if I give you coordinates, these are the coordinates, you know? That's it. You may not like where the coordinates are taking you. You know, oh, they lead right back to us, Joe. Well, oh well, that's it.
I'm gonna stop the recording, by the way, right now.
That's fine.
So this is happening right now. He's not backing down, and neither are we. You're gonna go follow Derek right here. Then you're gonna buckle up because we're just getting started, guys. Your mortgage is low.
I get this question all the time. Is Blue Chew worth it? Guys,
You're in a park, you're in a zoo, you're somewhere that's already set. You agree? In other words, your lucid dream didn't begin in total darkness. You were somewhere. 100%. Okay, we agree. Every lucid dream begins with us somewhere. You're in the ocean, you're on a cruise ship, you're at the Eiffel Tower, you're getting married, something's happening, and the scene is already there. That's the first thing I want everybody to understand. That's one indicator of a lucid dream. Okay. Because the scene is already set, you're limited to what you can do. In a lucid dream, you can do some fantastic things. If this woman right here is lucid dreaming and she wants to go to the top of that mountain over there, she can just will herself there, and there she is. Wonderful. But she didn't make the mountain. She didn't choose her clothes. She didn't choose the weather. She didn't choose the sky. She didn't choose the interactions. all she got to do was whatever she wanted within the confines of the scene that was set by her subconscious. That's how lucid dreams work. So when you have a lucid dream, yes, you can have wonderful experiences. Yes, you can do a lot of cool things. When you're doing cool things, the scenery that's already been painted for you by your subconscious. I've never had someone report a lucid nightmare because you control a lucid dream. Why would you want to terrorize yourself? And I don't get lucid dreams are usually vivid dreams because vivid dreams seem so real. You wake up the next day and go, oh my God, John, you never guess what happened. I was getting chased by this 500-pound rabbit. I was terrified. And I'd say, hold up. 500-pound rabbit. And then he'd be like, well, I know it doesn't make sense, but you just had to be there. That's because the dream was vivid. A lucid dream is also very vivid. It's very real to you. The difference is it's already set. Okay, that makes sense. Everybody agrees it's correct. Now, here's where and another thing. It's also random. Now, I know in your case, KJ, you said all the time, but there are some people that may experience a lucid dream once a week, once a month, once a year. I get a lucid dream maybe. I'm talking about a lucid now, not vivid. I'm not talking about a dream that was nice, that felt real. I'm talking about a real lucid dream where I can go in there and I can decide, you know what, I want to just go fly up there and you can control that. You know, there's a charging bull and you can literally pull your hand out and make him so small and he becomes a keychain. That's what you can do in a lucid dream. I've probably had that once a month, maybe twice a month. It's not too often for me. Now let's talk about astral projection. I can astral travel 7 days a week if I want to. I don't have to wait until I fall asleep. And unlike a lucid dream, I get to decide when it ends. Remember, it's a dream. So whenever that dream has expired, you're going to wake up and you might say, oh man, I had such a good dream. I'm going to set my alarm clock for 15 more minutes. I want to see if I can find it again. And you don't, right? Because it ends when it ends. It starts when it starts and it happens when it happens. So when people ask me, what are my thoughts on lucid dream? I say, treat a lucid dream like finding money. You find 20 bucks on the sidewalk, hey, it's a good day. Pick it up, put it in your pocket, and go buy lunch, right? But you can walk up and down that same street for the next year and never find money in the same place. So be happy it happened, but don't base everything you have on that because it's random now. Astral projection. If I want to astral project, I can sit in a chair, I can go through my steps like that. I can go through my steps, and within 5 minutes, I can be projected. And I get to decide if I want to go to Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Venus. I get to decide if I want the sand to be purple, if I want the sky to be violet, if I want to have flying dolphins. I get to decide all that before I even get there. Because I'm astral traveling, because I'm astral projected, and I know how to manifest the world I want to see. That's the difference. So in a lucid dream, you're the star of the movie. You're like the Truman Show, right? Remember that movie with Jim Carrey? You are the star. Awesome. But if you're astral traveling there, you're not just the star of the movie. You're the writer. You're the director. You are the scenery. And you're the audience. You're everything. And that's why I prefer to I'll tell you that going through lucid dream. And why would you want to astral travel when you learn how to do it? You're having a bad day. Go ahead and astral travel. You say, wow, I feel good until I travel for the first time. Hey, what happened? I just did this once. She had been able to reach. So while the existence of the astral plane cannot be called scientific, making it a transformative experience. The astral plane means a space that works to gain profound knowledge, insights, encounter otherworldly beings, and even heal emotional or spiritual needs. It's what I like to do when I want to financial some problems, when I want to get over challenges. That's right. I just want to right? So this is something that you life. How can you use this information? Here's how that works. Humans can only use the astral plane to altered states of consciousness that allow allow their spirit or energetic or astral mind to freely travel from the your consciousness out of your body and allow it to flow. And then you need to do it. It just takes some practice. There, okay. That is another good tip. In the astral plane, time and space do not exist as a dimension of suns and our stars. And many of you guys with me, Sunday when I did at 3 o'clock, 65 alive, and I did the guided meditation. Was anybody with me for the guided meditation that we did on Sunday? Where you were there? Okay, Ed was there. Okay, Angelina was there. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Remember how the time shifted?
In a quarter mile, turn right on Express Road using the right lane.
Actually, see, I can bring Angelina up, but I couldn't bring KJ up. Angelina, I got a question for you before you ask me. I didn't see it. I got a question.
Right on Express Road.
So that we can astral projection, the guided meditation that we did on Sunday, right? Do you remember how much time we actually gone out? No, you said about like 5 minutes. Do you remember?
Yep, we were doing it for about 45 minutes, and I felt like we were only doing it for 5 minutes.
Guys, you heard her. So, what she's talking about is we did an exercise that we did on Sundays with all the stars. There was a subscriber. So on Sundays, is we do like a little, just kind of a little thing into our triangle. What I make it is this past Sunday, we did a guided meditation. And here she is. You can ask her anything you want. She's right here. But the whole classes took about 5 minutes. But it felt like 5 minutes, right?
Yep, and I think you just answered my question.
Oh, question.
My question is, I've been trying to, meditate, but it was so much easier with you guiding. But maybe I'm just so dang impatient. And I was also like, I only have, I think it was like 30 minutes to do this. My mind was like, okay, I had to get to work. I was between stuff, never making time for myself situation. But I totally forgot that it did take us 45 minutes to really get into that experience. So I think you just basically indirectly answered that I need to do it when I have time, to take my time.
And there's another reason, so you're not beating yourself. One of the reasons why, so Angelina here, my dear friend and subscriber, one of the reasons to say she had a little trouble trying to get into her own frequencies when I was guiding her. A big part of that is because when someone is guiding you, you're not thinking about what to do next. You're just enjoying the ride.
Oh, I'm so overthinking.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm like, what color is my door? I don't know what color. Is it going to be a different color? I don't know. Oh, John, where are you? You're not here. Is there going to be a horse today? I wonder.
I want to move up, but this bus is in the way. All right, sir. Have a great flight. You're welcome,
That
brother.
was so freaking cool.
Right now, everybody's so like,
What the heck are they talking about? What are they talking about? Okay, so what what we're talking about is when he did the guided meditation, it was so neat, because when we left our body,
In the stillness of your heart, you will find me. I am not hiding from you.
a tree, and I can hear all the birds and see all the green ferns, and then I see a horse, and then in a couple seconds after I saw the horse, and I just went, oh, there's a horse here. He goes, and you're more than likely going to see a horse. And I was like, yes.
Just so you guys know.
And it's 11:23. It's 1:03 on the clock right now.
and I said, "And do you see the horse?" But that's just when you're on a good frequency. But guys, just so everyone understands, because she's amazing, she really is. What happens is when you have somebody guiding, think about it like going for a ride in your car. If you're driving, you're watching the street lights, better pedestrians. This is how drunk driver. You gotta watch out for that stuff. When you're a passenger, you just get to relax, you know, and enjoy the ride. That's what a guided meditation does for you.
So, how the heck do you stop with the overthinking crap? Yeah.
Why would you buy the 54-pack of NeuroGum for $30 when you could literally get a 90-pack for just $24 using this promo code? This promo code is going to give you fast and free shipping along with that flash sale, but expires tonight. So click the orange shopping cart below and grab this while you still can. Why would you buy the 54-pack of NeuroGum for $30 when you could literally get a 90-pack for just $24 using this promo code? This promo code is going to give you fast and free shipping along with that flash sale, but expires tonight. So click the orange shopping cart below and grab this while you still can. Why would you buy the 54-pack of NeuroGum for $30 when you could literally get a 90-pack for just $24 using this promo code? This promo code is going to give you fast and free shipping along with that flash sale, but expires tonight. So click the orange shopping cart below and grab this while you still can. Why would you buy the 54-pack of NeuroGum for $30 when you could literally get a 90-pack for just $24 using
Continue straight. Just ahead, keep left toward Marriott using the middle lane. Keep left toward Marriott, then keep right onto Hotel Road. Using the right lane, keep right onto Hotel Road. Make a sharp right turn on Lindbergh Road. Using the right lane, keep right. Just ahead, make a slight right turn on Colonel Roberts Road. Make a slight right turn on Colonel Roberts Road. In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on Carson Road. Make a slight right turn on Carson Road. Just ahead, turn left on Basilone Road. Turn left on Basilone Road, then make a slight right turn.
this promo code.
a quarter mile, turn left on Metroplex Road using the left lane. Turn left on Metroplex Road. Just ahead, turn right. Turn right, then pick up Tanya.
Picking up for Tanya, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Threw me off with the lift. I was like, wait, did I do lift tonight?
Yeah, I do them both.
Yeah, most of the drivers do.
The cost of everything so goddamn high. I gotta
You
get.
ain't never lie. You ain't never lie. You thought all this time we
Head to
sitting
your
back,
drop off at 658 Salem Avenue.
reaping what we sold.
Yeah, nah.
Just ahead, turn left on Earhart Drive.
Nah, but you know, on a lighter note, we got next.
Right.
The Bible say Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of the world that follows it. We are the descendants of Jacob. I won't tell you who Esau is. So we got next. According to scripture, we got next. It's going to be hell for us first, initially, right? It's going to get ugly, uglier than it is right now.
I'm sure.
But if we endure till the end, according to Christ, if we endure till the end, then he got us at the end. But we got to go through some shit first.
Listen.
And we've been doing that,
I'm
right?
about to say, listen.
So we built for it.
If anybody know how to go through some shit, is us.
That's right. I'm just hoping that we figure out that we are us, right? And not the individuals that we claim to be, that we've been taught to be.
Right.
Because, you know, you look at me, right? I'm pasty. Right? You see that? And because I'm pasty, most people will look at me and be like, you ain't my people. And even the people who I am, like the Boricuas, even they'll be like, well, we're not the same people. But we are the same people.
Right.
And we don't know it. We've been indoctrinated for so long to believe that we are Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cuban, Haitian, Jamaican, African American, Guatemalan, Mexican.
Right on North Avenue East.
We've been separated, even though we're one nation of people. Right? People forget, or have been made to forget, that prior to the invasion of this land, North, South, Central America, the Caribbean, and Canada, before they were invaded, people were here.
Right.
And that people were all one people.
Right.
They were different tribes and different clans, but they were the same nation of people. And then we got invaded, conquered, captured, enslaved, and separated. And now we Puerto Ricans.
Right. Now we Puerto Ricans. Now we Dominican.
Right.
Now we that, yeah.
You know, and we had other names, you know, that were ours. Choctaw, Lakota, Dakota, Sioux, Iroquois. Right? Those were our clan names, our tribal names. Can I turn on red here? No turn on red. But now it's to that degree that we don't even know, like, on my island, and I say my island like I own it, My island,
You should.
my island is, people call it Puerto Rico now, right? But that ain't its name. That's not its name. That's not what the indigenous people called it or themselves. That's what the Spanish renamed them,
Renamed it.
right? And then you take, so that truly, and we call ourselves that all of this time, right? Puerto Ricans, Puerto Rico, right? All that bullshit, and it ain't even who we are. Completely destroyed. We've accepted what our captors have given us,
Yeah.
right? Another group, completely and utterly destroyed, just like the Puerto Ricans, is what we call Black and African American, because there is no nation called Black. Where am I going? Down?
Right.
There is no nation called Black, and you are not African or American. Just ask any African or any American.
Right.
Just ask them. Plus, the name of the continent, Akibulan, is not Africa. It's Akibulan, right? That's one of its names, one of its ancient names.
Trenton, Elizabeth.
Okay.
Then we're gonna take you down.
The continent was conquered by a Roman general named Leo Scipius Africanus. This was his name. And he renamed the continent Africa after himself, because you know that's what they do.
Right.
They got egos like that.
That absolutely.
And then this land is named for Amerigo Vespucci. So you're neither one of them, because those are two. One is an Anglo-Saxon, one is a Visigoth. Both are white. A Spaniard and a Brit, a Roman, which is a Greek, same shit. So you're not neither one of those, but don't black people call themselves black?
Right.
I'm a black man. I'm African American. No, Judah. You're the tribe on earth. So important is this tribe, so important.
Right onto Meadow Street.
Yahweh. The name of God, the Most High Father, his name is Yahweh. His son, who we call Jesus the Christ, is named Yahweh Shai. And so important is the tribe of Judah that the Lord named them after himself, Yahweh. No one wants to talk about that.
Right.
No one wants to talk about that. Because the reality is that black people are the tribe of Judah, what we call so-called black people. They're the tribe of Judah, and they are the scepter, the royal house. They are the leaders of the 12 tribes of Israel. And America works really hard to keep them asleep so that they never realize who they are. And because if they realize who they are, you got to think about that for a second. Every black man, woman, and child wakes up. I'm Judah. Who can stop him?
Nobody.
Near person, right?
Nobody.
Add a bunch of Puerto Ricans to that.
Right.
Uh-oh. Put some Dominicans, Cubans, Haitians, Jamaicans.
Right.
Right? Oh, no. Throw some crazy ass Mexicans. Right? And then the rest of North, South, Central America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada, all the indigenous people. Those are the northern and southern tribes, southern kingdoms of Israel. And we don't know it. And we're asleep. And we're going to remain asleep until Christ returns. And that's where it's going to get heavy. Because when he come through that, right? And they see that big black man. And it's
ready.
no, it doesn't matter. They all gonna know it's him. They all gonna know it's him. Even though we've been lied to and told that this image of Christ that we have is Christ, when he come through that, it says he's coming through that with his angels, with his legions. And we see him, we all gonna know that's the Christ. That's the Christ. He's gonna be a big black man with white woolly hair and black skin. Whew, I can't wait. And it may not turn out good for me, right? I may be one of the people that die here. But I still can't wait.
Right.
I still can't wait. Because at least I know this shit over.
Right.
This system is over. And my people got next. So I may not make it to the kingdom. But my people gonna make it.
Right.
I mean, not all of us, but, you know, 1/3 of our people is going to make it to the kingdom. And 144,000 of my people are going to rule. So I'm good. Like I said, we got next. I mean, that's a lot to drop on you this early in the morning, so my bad.
Nah.
But
No, listen. It's not.
I'm supposed to tell my people. The Bible say, cry aloud and tell my people their
I was
transgressions.
just gonna tell you, knowledge is key.
We have to know. Not many of us know that we the Israelites. Not many know that.
That's definitely key. So
And I love telling this story. I do.
I actually wrote with you before.
Did you?
We was talking about maybe when you pull up to the block, I don't remember. We was talking a little about this. We was also talking about
I do remember.
Easter. Yeah.
Yeah, Ishtar. Right. I do remember. How you, sis?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Yeah, God is good, right?
Definitely.
Even no, not all the time.
Well, look.
Not all the time. People forget that he said, I do good and I do evil.
Right.
Right.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
God is good to me all the time. I'll say it that way.
Listen, he's good to all of us, even when he's not.
Right.
Even when he's not.
It's always a lesson.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't count and say that when he's not, because
Oh shit, I do. I remember.
I remember too. Oh, I remember.
You
and
know,
that's what you're supposed to do. Remember.
He told one of our kings, King Saul, when it came to a specific group of people called Amalek, the Amalekites, our God, the loving, kind God, right, told our King Saul, kill every man, woman, and child of them, even the suckling, the baby breastfeeding. He said he'd kill that ass too. Kill them. Burn every blade of grass, kill all their animals, burn down their villages, eradicate their asses completely. This is our God. And I'm like, oh, that don't sound too good.
Right.
But it was for a good purpose. So even when he's not, he's good.
Right. And see, when you say when he's not, is when you understand the purpose.
Yeah, it's good.
Then it's good.
It's just
the wrath is bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want
reasoning, and then sometimes the outcome is great.
Yeah, if we obey him, yeah, absolutely.
Turn left on North Broad Street, then turn right on Pingree Place.
Yeah, I do remember. It's a little cut block, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I always say, if anybody's driving down this block, you got to be visiting somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
Because this is not like a through block. Like, you just wouldn't take this as a shortcut.
Then turn right on Salem Avenue. Just ahead, drop off Tanya. Drop off Tanya.
It's right here, right?
Yep.
Okay. You have a good morning, sis. Stay safe and stay healthy, dear.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, man.
Head to your pickup at 21 South 2nd Street. Just ahead, turn left on Scotland Road.
How many of you know that you're Israel? How many, like here in the United States and across the diaspora? Because according to scripture, the children of Israel are scattered to the four corners of the earth.
Turn left on Westminster Avenue.
And that's more proof that we live on a flat plane. It's contoured, but later for that, right? The globe don't have corners. But whatever, we're not going to get into that. I want to know how many people who may be listening to me right now or later when and if they listen to this, how many of you know that if you are of indigenous blood, at least in the land of the North, of North America, Central America, South America, the Caribbean, West Indies, and Canada, if you are of indigenous blood or of what we call African American blood, you know, the captives, how many of you know that you're the Israelites? How many of you know that? And if you don't, I'm here to tell you. I've said it many times. Hell, I like saying it. It's the one thing that I can do that's good, right? In an otherwise terrible existence. But how many of you know that you are descended from one of the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel? Not to be confused with the state of Israel or the Israeli. You are an Israelite. The other group is Israeli. And there are many people who call themselves Jews today. But I'll remind you by paraphrasing, I can't tell you the book, chapter, and verse, but I believe in Revelation it's 2:9 or 3:9, or both, where the Most High God, through his Son,
Make a slight right turn on North Broad Street.
who the world calls Jesus the Christ, who the rest of us call Yahawashah, Bahashem Hamashiach, reminds us of they who call themselves Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan and are liars. Now, I can't say who that is outwardly, but clearly it could mean anyone who's calling themselves Jews. I call myself a Jew, right? I am a descendant of the tribe of Ephraim, of the house of Joseph, of the children of Israel. How do I know that? Well, because it was taught to me. And when you gather the evidence that was presented, it's irrefutable. Now, a lot of people can say, you know, whatever they want. But I'll say again that I call myself a Jew, so he could be talking about me. They who say they are Jews and are not. I say I'm a Jew and I am. But there's clearly a group that Christ is saying are liars. And they're not the Jews, they're the synagogue of Satan. So, which one are you? And if you are here in North America or anywhere on the earth,
Turn left on Elizabeth Avenue.
but particularly here in the land of the North, and you are descended from the indigenous populations or of what we call African American black people, then you are the Jews, the 12 tribes of Israel on this side of the world. And again, I'm not saying that there aren't Jews everywhere else and that there aren't people out here who are calling themselves Jews. But I'm always reminded that there's a bunch of people calling themselves Jews that are not according to Scripture. Who they are, I won't say. But Christ knows. So that's all we need to know, right? And phenotypically, we're not all going to look the same. Because, you know, we got some individuals out here that are Israelites who will not ever accept me as an Israelite because I'm pasty, right? We got Jews that are going to look like Wesley Snipes. That's blackety black. And then we are going to have Jews that look like Cameron Diaz. And she's like bright damn near white, right? So I don't remember which prophet said that his heritage is like a speckled bird. And if you know, you know, you know. But that people are our ancestors. We are their descendants. And at some point, we gotta not only accept it, but live according to it. So I try to have this conversation every day with as many of my people as I can. You seen the last person that I just dropped off reminded me that I had picked her up from work before and took her to her residence, and I had this exact conversation with her, and she remembered it, which is awesome. So her blood isn't on my hands. Because I am obligated. We all are obligated, once you receive this truth and live according to it, to tell your brethren and your sisterin, if that's even a word. It's not. I probably just made it up, and maybe I'm taking too much credit. Maybe I didn't make it up. Either way, I'm obligated to tell people, so I tell it. So if I have a conversation with people, it normally goes right into that. And again, I may not be like the learned Israelites who will say, the book of 1 Timothy, chapter 6, verse 10, and then tell you what that verse says, right? But I can tell you, I can paraphrase it and, you know, say what it is. It's biblical. You're welcome to double check it. And I encourage people to check and double check and learn for yourself, because the scriptures say, study to show yourself of thyself approved, right? And approved of the Lord, not of each other. Of course, you know, your leadership, you know, they should approve. But study. What I'm saying is from the Bible. And unfortunately, I am not as gifted, if gifted at all, in memorization, in as much or as far as being able to give you book, chapter, and verse, not without first, you know, checking it. There are a lot of men that can go book, chapter, and verse. Hell, we got a lot of the officers, captains, deacons in Israel United in Christ. They can spit those verses. And they may struggle a little here and there, but for the most part, they have a command of the text, as well as brothers from the UPK, Universal Practical Knowledge, ISUPK. They know they book. I resonate towards them because, you know, in my opinion, they're like I am, and I'm like they are, in a sense. But these niggas is goons. In my opinion, those niggas is goons. Zariak is a goon. He just knows the Bible, and he's trying to be a better man than he is. Stand by.
No.
Hello. How are you?
Good.
Yvonne, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Head to your drop off at 714 Canton Street. Head to your drop off at 714 Canton Street.
your seatbelt for your safety.
Just ahead, turn right on 3rd Avenue. Turn right on 3rd Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left on South 5th Street. Turn left on South 5th Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on Bayway Circle. right on Bayway Circle. Using the right lane, turn right on South Elmora Avenue.
¿Cuánto cuesta la carrera en Uber, amigo?
Y así con esa peluca también se ve cabrón la cara.
Turn left on Canton Street, then drop off Ivan. Drop off Ivan.
Cheer, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
In 500 feet, turn left onto Acme Street. Turn left onto Acme Street, then turn left onto Linden Avenue. Take the next left onto Linden Avenue. In 1,000 feet, turn right onto Elmora Avenue. At the light, turn right onto Elmora Avenue. Continue on Elmora Avenue for 3/4 of a mile. In a 1/4 mile, turn right on Bayway Circle. In 1,000 feet, at the traffic circle, take the 4th exit onto US 1 North, US 9 North. Turn right on Bayway Circle. Exit the traffic circle onto US 1 North Bayway Avenue. Continue Continue on US 1 North for 5 miles. Continue for 400 feet. Exit the traffic circle onto US 1 North. In 600 feet, turn left onto Greer Avenue. At the light, turn left onto Greer Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn left on Gold Place using the left lane. Turn left on Gold Place, then keep right onto I-270.
Why would you buy the?
You know, we hear in America talking about the terrorists and Trump, but you know what's sad? Those people in the Dominican Republic right now, those family members, all families got wiped out because of an unexpected tragedy. Unexpected. They was having a great time, right? I don't care what city you in, we could have been in those positions because, be honest, a lot of people don't do a lot of inspections on these buildings, right? And that can happen to us. That's why we got to be very grateful for our lives. That Dominican Republic situation is the sad, all sadness. You know, it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. They look at the pictures. They trying to find people. We must be grateful. I know we weren't
the right lane, keep right onto I-270
but people are suffering. People are suffering. You know, we hear in America talking about the terrorists and Trump, but you know what's sad? These people in the Dominican Republic right now, those family members, all families got wiped out because of an unexpected tragedy. Unexpected. They was having a great time, right? I don't care what city you in, we could have been in those positions because, to be honest, a lot of people don't do a lot of inspections on these buildings, right? And that can happen to us. That's why we got to be very grateful for our lives. That Dominican Republic situation is sad, all sadness. You know, it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. I look at the pictures. They try to find people. We must be grateful. I know we weren't our times on earth, but people are suffering. People are suffering. You know, we hear in America talking about the terrorists and Trump. You know what's sad? These people, family members, all families got wiped out because of an unexpected tragedy. Unexpected. They was having a great time. Right? I don't care what city you in, we could have been in those positions because, be honest, a lot of people don't do a lot of inspections on these buildings. Right? And that can happen to us. Very grateful for our lives. That Dominican Republic situation is sad. grateful. I know we were our policy. The people were suffering. People were suffering. You know, we hear that America do not the terrorists from being said these people all failing that there is now right now. That is an unexpected tragedy. Unexpected. Those have great time. Right? Out here with anything we could have been with those possessions is
In 2 miles, take exit 9 for New York 440 North toward Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Expressway, Bayonne Ridge.
very grateful for our activity in the situation. This is sad. You know, it hurts me. It hurts me. They try to find me. We must be grateful. I know we weren't our policy. The people are suffering. People are suffering. You know, we hear that America do not the terrorists from being sad. These people are
Indulge in a world of refined.
This guy just thinking about this video is for entertainment purposes only. Let's start. Let me show you this video I just took for entertainment purposes only. Exactly. Alright guys, this sun right here is 93 million miles away. Yes. We got no second zoom in on it. This is with the Nikon P900. Okay. Still careful. Still game. Get ready. 93 million miles away. 93 million miles away, that's far. Does it look like it's burning all way out of you? It does. 93 million miles away. I don't think so. Dad, I don't know how far this is.
Quarter mile, take exit 9 for New York
All I know is
440
that the sun
Dr.
sets
Martin
and the
Luther
sun
King
rises.
Jr.
It's not right.
Expressway,
It's for entertainment purposes only. I don't know what that guy's talking about. But if they said it was 93 million miles away, then it's 93 million miles away. Dad, listen. I think you came for next one.
take exit 9.
Just give me the lipstick. It's not real. It's just gonna keep my guys in the time. The sun is real far away. It's real hot. We can't go that close to it, bro.
Continue for 6 miles.
Listen, we shouldn't be worried about this. The sun set, the sun rises. Stop playing. The sun's gonna keep my guys in the time. But I tell you one thing, if somebody ever tells me that the sun is 93 million miles away, it is, bro. You're right. Well, I don't know who you are. Let me tell y'all a true story. Basically, watch this video to the end. What is this guy talking about? This video is for entertainment purposes only. Let's start.
Mastering the courtroom polite and professional challenge to jurisdiction. When you appear in court, it's crucial to assert your rights calmly, professionally, and respectfully. By appearing courteous, cooperative, and completely harmless, you disarm the judge's aggression and maintain full control. Remember, appearing argumentative labels you as disruptive. The goal is clarity and due process, gently forcing the court to either prove jurisdiction or quietly dismiss the matter. Here is an effective and professional script demonstrating how to assert your position. Judge, do you understand the charges against you? You, defendant. Your Honor, respectfully, I am here under special appearance, sui juris, in propria persona, not pro se, under threat, duress, and coercion. I come in good faith seeking clarity and proper due process. Before proceeding, I must fully understand the nature and cause of these charges. Could you please provide some clarification? Judge, what exactly do you need clarified? You. Your Honor, could you please inform me whether this matter is civil or criminal? Judge, this is a criminal matter. You. Thank you, Your Honor. Let the record reflect that this is a criminal matter. Your Honor, the Constitution provides for 2 criminal jurisdictions, common law and admiralty maritime jurisdiction. Respectfully, could you tell me under which jurisdiction this court intends to proceed? Judge, if you do not understand the law, you should seek an attorney. You. Your Honor, I greatly appreciate your concern. However, I am not seeking legal advice. I am respectfully asking for clarity regarding jurisdiction so that I may participate effectively in my own defense. Could you please identify the jurisdiction clearly for the record? Judge, this is statutory jurisdiction under state law. You. Thank you, Your Honor. Let the record reflect that this court intends to proceed under statutory jurisdiction. Respectfully, I have reviewed the Constitution and have not found any reference to a statutory criminal jurisdiction. Could the court please clarify or present authority for this jurisdiction? In the absence of constitutional authority, I must respectfully move for dismissal for lack of jurisdiction. Judge, your motion is denied. You. Respectfully, Your Honor, I am not trying to be difficult. I simply need to know the specific legal authority to ensure fair and proper due process. If no clear authority is available, I must again respectfully move to dismiss this matter for lack of lawful jurisdiction. Judge, where do you currently reside? You. Your Honor, respectfully, before I answer, can you please explain how my residence is relevant to establishing jurisdiction? Judge, we need your location for jurisdictional purposes. You. Your Honor, respectfully, I am appearing here under special appearance only, sui juris in propria persona, not pro se, and I do not voluntarily consent to jurisdiction. I am simply requesting clarity to ensure I understand fully and can comply properly. Until jurisdiction is clearly established, I respectfully reserve my right to withhold such information. Judge, I'm entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You. Objection, Your Honor. Respectfully, entering a plea on my behalf constitutes practicing law from the bench, which may unintentionally violate judicial ethics. I must respectfully move for dismissal based on this improper entry of plea, as it denies my right to due process and voluntary participation. Judge, if you continue this, I will hold you in contempt of court. You. Your Honor, respectfully, I am not seeking to disrupt these proceedings. I am merely exercising my constitutional right to clarify jurisdiction and understand the nature and cause of the charges. Are you indicating that respectfully requesting clarity and exercising constitutional rights constitutes grounds for contempt? You. Your Honor, let the record reflect that despite my respectful requests and motions, this court has declined to establish lawful jurisdiction, thereby infringing upon my Sixth Amendment right to due process. Given these circumstances, I will respectfully be filing a writ of prohibition to request a higher court to review and prohibit further proceedings due to lack of proper jurisdiction. By maintaining a polite, respectful, and seemingly harmless demeanor, you prevent the judge from justifiably labeling you disruptive. Your professional approach ensures all jurisdictional issues and judicial misconduct are documented clearly for appellate review or higher court intervention. This approach creates a scenario where the judge, aware of observers in the courtroom, cannot openly ignore your respectful assertions without risking public exposure of improper conduct. You have not given the court a confrontational exit, only a clear and professional way to honorably dismiss the matter or face higher court review. For more insightful tips and strategies on mastering the courtroom, follow us and stay updated with our latest content. Mastering the courtroom, polite and professional challenge to jurisdiction. When you appear in court, it's crucial to assert your rights calmly, professionally, and respectfully. By appearing courteous, cooperative, and completely harmless, you disarm the judge's aggression and maintain full control. Remember, appearing argumentative labels you as disruptive. The goal is clarity and due process, gently forcing the court to either prove jurisdiction or quietly dismiss the matter. Here is an effective and professional script demonstrating how to assert your position. Judge, do you understand the charges against you? You, defendant. Your Honor, respectfully, I am here under special appearance, sui juris, in propria persona, not pro se, under threat, duress, and coercion. I come in good faith seeking clarity and proper due process. Before proceeding, I must fully understand the nature and cause of these charges. Could you please provide some clarification? Judge, what exactly do you need clarified? You. Your Honor, could you please inform me whether this matter is civil or criminal? Judge, this is a criminal matter. You. Thank you, Your Honor. Let the record reflect that this is a criminal matter. Your Honor, the Constitution provides for two criminal jurisdictions: common law and admiralty maritime jurisdiction. Respectfully, could you tell me under which jurisdiction this court intends to proceed? Judge, if you do not understand the law, you should seek an attorney. You. Your Honor, I greatly appreciate your concern. However, I am not seeking legal advice. I am respectfully asking for clarity regarding jurisdiction so that I may participate effectively in my own defense. Could you please identify the jurisdiction clearly for the record? Judge, this is statutory jurisdiction under state law. You. Thank you, Your Honor. Let the record reflect that this court intends to proceed under statutory jurisdiction. Respectfully, I have reviewed the Constitution and have not found any reference to a statutory criminal jurisdiction. Could the court please clarify or present authority for this jurisdiction? In the absence of constitutional authority, I must respectfully move for dismissal for lack of jurisdiction. Judge, your motion is denied. You. Respectfully, Your Honor, I am not trying to be difficult. I simply need to know the specific legal authority to ensure fair and proper due process. If no clear authority is available, I must again respectfully move to dismiss this matter for lack of lawful jurisdiction. Judge, where do you currently reside? You. Your Honor, respectfully, before I answer, can you please explain how my
In a
residence is
quarter mile,
relevant to
turn right onto
establishing
Goldsboro
jurisdiction?
Drive.
Judge, we need your location for jurisdictional purposes. You. Your Honor, respectfully, I am appearing here under special appearance only, sui juris in propria persona, not pro se, and I do not voluntarily consent to jurisdiction.
Turn right onto
I am
Goldsboro
simply
Drive.
requesting clarity to ensure I understand fully and can comply properly. Until jurisdiction is clearly established, I respectfully reserve my right to withhold such information. Judge, I'm entering a plea of not guilty on your behalf. You. Objection, Your Honor. Respectfully, entering a plea on my behalf constitutes practicing law from the bench, which may unintentionally violate judicial ethics. I must respectfully move for dismissal based on this improper entry of plea, as it denies my right to due process and voluntary participation. Judge, if you continue this, I will hold you in contempt of court. You. Your Honor, respectfully, I am not seeking to disrupt these proceedings. I am merely exercising my constitutional right to clarify jurisdiction and understand the nature and cause of the charges. Are you indicating that respectfully requesting clarity and exercising constitutional rights constitutes grounds for contempt? You. Your Honor, let the record reflect that despite my respectful requests and motions, this court has declined to establish lawful jurisdiction,
1,000 feet,
thereby
turn left
infringing
onto
upon my
Harbor
Sixth
Place.
Amendment right to due process. Given these circumstances, I will respectfully be filing a writ of prohibition to request a higher court to review and prohibit further proceedings due to lack of proper jurisdiction. By maintaining a polite, respectful, and seemingly harmless demeanor, you prevent the judge from
Turn left onto
justifiably
Harbor
labeling you
Place, then
disruptive.
turn right onto
Your
Carl
professional
Brasher Drive.
approach ensures all jurisdictional issues and judicial misconduct are documented clearly for appellate review or higher court intervention. This approach creates a scenario where the judge, aware of observers in the
Turn
courtroom,
right onto
cannot
Carl
openly
Brasher
ignore
Drive.
your
Then
respectful
destination
assertions
will be
without
on the
risking
left.
public exposure of
Enter
improper conduct.
100 Carl
You have
Brasher
not given
Drive.
the court a confrontational exit, only a clear and professional way to honorably dismiss the matter or face higher court review. For more insightful tips and strategies on
destination is on the
mastering the
left.
courtroom, follow us and stay updated with our latest content. Mastering the courtroom polite and professional challenge to
Yeah, I don't know where I left off, people. Picking up, so won't be able to say much. Probably was saying a lot. But I'm going to focus more on what I really enjoy, which is the law. So as often as possible, I will be live streaming a bunch of law information. I'm starting today with hopefully today, maybe tomorrow, but today, with a lecture given by Carl Miller. Know Your Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Mr. Miller breaks down a bunch of rights in the Constitution and case law so that you can effectively assert your rights in a timely manner. We'll start that later. Just a moment ago, I was listening to a reel by at Working For Me on TikTok. And if you go to his page, the very first pinned video is one by Carl Miller, which means he's on the same frequency as I am. Clearly, this video I just watched is about challenging jurisdiction, or rather establishing jurisdiction. Don't go into the court challenging shit. Try to establish jurisdiction. Find it. Make them tell you what jurisdiction they're under. Anyway, it's a good script. At a certain point, I'm gonna write it all down. That's one thing that I want people to do, is take notes. Because you need to know your rights. We all do. With the understanding, again, that in the United States, 14th Amendment naturalized people do not have any rights. We have permission to operate in commerce. But because they won't tell you outwardly that you don't have any rights, learn what the rights are and exercise, invoke them, assert them. So that you're not caught up, caught out. Part of this ride share is waiting. The waiting game sucks. Because if I stay still for too long, I get tired. My bad, people. I'm responding to a message from somebody who's watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. It's crazy. This is nuts. Let's go, buddy. I will leave you.
Just give me 2 minutes, yeah?
Okay.
Thank you.
This is a scheduled ride, though. So what's gonna happen is, if you're not out, because you're supposed to be out by 3:35, Uber will cancel it and send me to another guy because they have another person right after you.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay, so
Yeah. I just overslept, yeah?
Huh?
I overslept. I just woke up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's try to be expeditious because they'll cancel it. I don't want to have to leave you.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. And that's also part of the bullshit. You'll schedule a ride, and we'll be here because it's what we do, and we'll wait. Because we don't want to leave anybody. We don't want to do that. This is a shit job. I don't wish this job on too many people, on any people. It's not for everybody. Can anybody get behind the wheel of a car, of an automobile, and go pick up people? Absolutely, you can. Absolutely, anybody can do it. I don't think anybody should do it. I used to have that as one of the banners that you see at the bottom there. Because this is not for anybody. Rather, it's not for everybody. And one of the reasons that I live stream while I'm ride sharing is for protection and accountability, right? Anything can happen when we out here. So I record, but also to build this channel, you know, use it for this. This segment is, you know, ride sharing, New Jersey Ride. Slide with me. Ride with me. You heard? Thank you. Those of you who are riding with me, I appreciate you. And primarily, again, I use it for protection and accountability. At least this segment of it. While I'm out here, it's recorded. You can hear what's being said. I inform every rider through a text message that I'm live streaming. And I'm in New Jersey. I'm a one-party state. I don't really need their permission. I inform them as a courtesy, but I don't need their permission. Plus, Uber records these rides through our phones. And whatever other applications we have, we've consented to allowing them to have access to our camera and our microphone and our data. So everybody's recording this shit. So I'm doing it too. And I don't give a shit that you like it or not. I'm continue to do it. I send you the message, you get in this car, you consent. Because it is what it is. But soon, as I've tried, you see, if you go on my channel, you'll see that I've tried to upload shit, and I'm no good at this. I don't have the personality that most people have that can actually do this, you know? This whole YouTube streaming thing. It requires a lot. And I guess when you first start, it's difficult, you know? You don't know what the hell you're doing. I don't. And I don't have money to buy equipment, none of that shit. You need a lot. And I've always put things off. Hold on, let me get back to you.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Head to your drop-off at Terminal C. Head to your drop-off at Terminal C.
Best way out, just turn around.
Yeah, you can just turn. Yeah, you can turn it on.
Turn around. Running a little behind.
Head to your drop-off at Terminal C.
Are you good for time?
Yeah, time I'm good. Like I came very late last night, and I woke up at 2:30, and I'm not sure when I slept again. And I thought like something is happening, and then I saw like you're already here. I had everything packed. Like there's nothing much. I just have one bag to take. So.
Oh, cool. Traveling light.
Yeah. And I can just go for work purpose or come back again on Sunday.
In a quarter-mile, turn right on State Route 440. Turn right on State Route 440. Keep right toward I-78. Keep left toward I-78 westward. According to directions, in 10 miles, click right to stay on I-78 west. half mile keep right to stay on I-78 West using the 8 to 9 lanes from the right. Keep right to stay on I-78 West, then keep left. Using the left lane, keep left to stay on I-78 West, then keep left. In a quarter mile, keep left toward US. Highway 1 south using the left 2 lanes. Keep left toward US. Highway 1 south, then keep right. Important directions. Keep right toward US. Highway 1 south, then keep left. In a quarter mile, keep left toward US. Highway 1 using the left lane. Keep left toward US. Highway 1. Keep left to stay on US. Highway 1 south.
You're flying United today, right?
That's correct. Terminal C.
Yes, sir.
Keep left. In a quarter mile, keep right on Express Road using the right lane. Keep right on Express Road. In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on Express Road using the left lane. Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on Express Road using the middle lane. Keep left to stay on Express Road. quarter-mile keep right on terminal access road using the middle lane.
Economy access or premier access, sir?
Economy.
Yes.
Keep right on terminal access road, then continue straight. Using the left lane, continue straight to stay on terminal access road. Using the left lane, keep left to stay on terminal access road. Just ahead, drop off Yon on the right. Drop off Yon on the right.
Watch it.
Thank you so much for
You're
your help,
welcome, sir. You have a great flight and make it back safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. I have no idea what it is, but the airport rides, they bust my ass. I get sleepy right away. Excuse me.
Get to your pickup on Belmont Avenue. In a quarter-mile, keep right toward Broad Street using the right lane. toward Broad Street. In a quarter mile, turn left on West Kitty Street using the left lane. Turn left on West Kitty Street.
Jurisdiction. When you appear in court, it's crucial to assert your rights calmly,
I'll play it one more
and
time.
respectfully. By appearing courteous, cooperative, and completely harmless, you disarm the judge's aggression and maintain full control. Remember, appearing argumentative labels you as disruptive. The goal is clarity and due process, gently forcing the court to either prove jurisdiction or quietly dismiss the matter. Here is an effective and professional script demonstrating how to...
Ideally, you want them to quietly dismiss the matter. Because if they prove jurisdiction, then you're fucked. But they can't prove jurisdiction. They won't. Not in admiralty court. They don't want you to know that. So one of the most fascinating things about the law is that once you know it, you can use it to your advantage. Kind of like when you're a billionaire and you know the tax code and you figure out a way to not pay taxes. That's fucking awesome. But you got to know the tax code, right? What they say about Trump, he didn't pay his taxes. He said, that's because I'm smart. Learn the tax code. You never have to pay a tax again. And hell, you just stop paying it altogether. You'll, send a hell of a message out to the IRS and the Fed that we're done with that tax bullshit. And we should be. I don't understand how we're paying for every fucking thing, but we're not reaping the benefits of anything.
Turn right on Irvine Turner Boulevard.
So yeah. Well, I'm about to pick up, so it's gonna be some dead air again. Thank you for your patience and your understanding.
Pick up Amani on the left.
So anyway, I'm gonna continue with this for now till I
Assert your
pick up.
position. Judge, do you understand the charges against you?
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Head north on Irvine Turner Boulevard. Head north on Irvine Turner Boulevard. Turn right on Court Street. Turn left on West Kitty Street. In a quarter mile, turn right on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Turn right on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, then turn left on Crawford Street. Turn left on Crawford Street, then arrive on your left. Arrive on your left.
A little bit further down.
Here or further
Yeah,
down?
right
Right here.
A little bit further. Right here.
What is that?
Head to your drop-off at 400 Fort Lincoln Road. Just ahead, turn right on Halsey Street. Turn right on Halsey Street, then turn right on Lincoln Park. Turn right on Lincoln Park. Using the left lane, make a slight left turn on Lincoln Park. Just ahead, turn right on Broad Street using the right lane. Turn right on Broad Street. In a quarter mile, make a slight left turn using the left lane. Make a slight left turn. In a quarter mile, keep right toward I-78 using the right lane. Keep right toward I-78, then keep left onto I-78 East. Keep left onto I-78 East. In a left mile, keep left to stay on I-78 East using the north to make lanes from the left. left to stay on I-78 East. Into let's take right exit 14 Into let's take right exit 14 New Jersey 440. Left 10 right exit 14 New Jersey 440 exit 4 Take right exit 14A toward New Jersey 440 Bayonne.
I've taken this ride dozens of times, and every time I go up here, I screw it up. So if you see me do something stupid, just holler. Keep to the left.
Turn right on Velocity
I
Lane
see
West.
it. Thank you, ma'am. Right here? Good. Yeah, I've never gotten this right. Come on, big boy.
mile, turn left.
And this one?
Next.
Turn left.
Second turn.
Turn right.
Straight now.
Yes, ma'am.
Drop off the money.
Ooh. Blew that one.
Drop off the money.
Have a good morning. You're welcome.
Head northeast on Pulaski Lane West toward Pulaski Street. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Port Jersey Boulevard.
When you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and pimped out by some over greater desire. They should have a greater desire than to be the man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get...
Take the next right onto Chosin View Way, then use the right 2 lanes to take the New Jersey 440 North ramp.
To pull yourself back from, so maintain your main car no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, what did you see?
Turn left onto Pulaski Lane West, then turn left onto Port Jersey Boulevard.
I see some of these guys struggle through that. Again,
Turn left onto Port Jersey Boulevard, then turn right onto the ramp to New Jersey 440 North.
You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most, and so they end up on drugs, end up everywhere.
Turn right onto the ramp to New Jersey 440 North.
And that's what the business does. The women that they train their bodies to go and get the road. They get to the point
In
where
a quarter mile, slide right onto the New Jersey 440 North ramp to Jersey
They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like a team that don't need anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to train out all of my integrity and do it so that they can stay in place. Benefit is that if I lose my integrity, you gotta go in as a principal. And what we brought in here is again. There's 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't train it.
Slide right onto the New Jersey 440 North ramp.
You never have the opportunity. Hell yeah.
Continue for 4 miles.
Give up your manhood. I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all.
100. All that shit that happened at puffy parties. Like, I don't know what happened. You know, I wasn't there. A lot of talk though, right? And if Puffy was drugging men and, you know, violating them, I agree, like Terrence Howard, what he was saying recently, that that's not something you recover from. At least I don't think so. Like, I don't know. I couldn't imagine. Like, that shit ain't in my psyche to imagine what type of spirit makes a man, compels a man to have sex with another man. Like, that shit gross on so many levels. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it. That shit crazy. Welcome to chime in anytime you want, though. I know that must sound annoying, right? But I've been following these creators who talk about the sound frequency of bells and how they were used in conjunction with the old buildings that were resonant frequency transmitters. and they used the bells and the pipe organs to send out healing frequencies that resonated or reverberated throughout the atmosphere using the structure that it was in, like them old Gothic buildings, what we call churches today. Not many of them are left, but the ones that are, you could see, you could look at them and be like, yo, those are transmitters of some sort. Anyway, that's why I was listening to that. I know it sounds annoying, but it's an interesting topic. And why they got rid of all the bells. They said they needed it for war. All the iron, they needed it to build weapons and shit, and tanks and what have you. Imagine that technology, what they called old Tartarian technology. How dope would it be to have that? Where they were able to heat and cool without fire or electricity. And whatever electricity was used was radiant, came out of the atmosphere through those brass and bronze towers and all that shit that they created. You know, if you still believe American history and its superiority, you a goddamn fool. Clearly there was a great reset, maybe more than one. Who is it? The Maya, the Hopi? One of them said we've been through 4 different timelines already. I can't recall. This was right around 2012. Imagine having that technology. Like, look at electric cars, right? Batteries. And in order to create the battery, your carbon footprint is greater than every car on the road that's internal combustion. But not sure when it was. Late 18th century, early 19th century, or late 19th century, early 20th century. Nikola Tesla was able to operate a motor vehicle using a radiant energy transmitter and receiver. And this is on record that he drove around New York City in an electric car being powered by radiant energy. Where is that technology and why aren't we using it? Why are we fucking around with Tesla? Not that, you know, there's anything wrong with Tesla, but I mean, you ever been in an electric vehicle like a Tesla or any other EV? You know how long it takes to charge them? You know that those batteries are expensive and probably more detrimental to the environment in their creation than what we already have on the road. Plus, the cooling and warming period of the earth is natural. I agree that we're pushing it along. You know, that we are I just don't believe that we're causing such a footprint that it's going to destroy the earth. I blame that on HAARP. I blame that on weather manipulation and cloud seeding and all the fuckery that they're doing up there from down here. But they want to blame our cars and our cows and our barbecues. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. They're doing that. Have you ever seen the frequencies coming off those HAARP stations and how they manipulate the upper atmosphere? Again, I'm no physicist, theoretical or otherwise, but I can read and I can see. And I'm supposed to ignore what I see with my own eyes and read and understand. And when I don't understand it, then, I just keep asking till I get it. But all of the diverse weather that we're having, global warming, which I don't get, I believe that climate change and all that other shit is a big business. Billions of dollars are being generated as a result of the climate crisis. But we weren't around during the last ice age, and if we were, we weren't as technologically advanced as we are today, or were we? Because if there was a reset, then clearly they had technology. I mean, just look at ancient Egypt, right? We can't do that. We have absolutely no idea how most or if any of that, most of or any of that was built. We have no idea. We can't duplicate that. There are statues and structures that are so precise, made out of these hard stones, and we can't duplicate it. How did they do it? Clearly they were much more advanced, but whatever. The point is that everything that's happening is being caused by a select group of people, a small group at that, that have deceived us. Have manipulated us into believing that we are somehow the cause of global warming, that mankind, I mean, and I'm sure it's mankind with all of his technology, but not with our not with our barbecue grills, not with our cars, not with the cows and their flatulence. That's not the cause of global warming. Global warming, or whatever climate change is happening as a result of the manipulation by agencies such as HAARP and whoever else is doing it. Like, there's big talk about chemtrails, right? And everyone's saying that they're not real. But what I see with my own eyes, right? I see it. I live in Jersey. Every day, there's planes up there leaving chemicals behind. And how do we know that they're chemicals? Well, we know they're chemicals because they leave these long trails. They leave these long trails behind them. We know that condensation evaporates or dissipates, or whatever the word is, right behind the plane, 2 or 3 feet behind the plane, and then it disappears. These chemicals are left behind for miles and miles, and they start off real thin and then they expand. And there's like video footage, video evidence of the first experimentations with chemicals in the atmosphere. So I don't want to hear that they aren't up there spraying shit. They are. There are articles about being able to use that technology to inoculate whole regions through aerosol inoculation using those planes that are outfitted for spraying chemicals in the upper atmosphere, the atmosphere, wherever they are. So we're not supposed to believe what we see. Again, there are places on the earth that this doesn't happen. Why is it happening here in the United States? And then not everywhere in the United States that I can tell, right? I have people in the South, people out West, they tell me they don't see chemtrails, at least in the Midwest. Why is it happening here? Why, just to change gears a little bit, are we force-fed, have been banned in most of the known world? Like the blue lakes and the reds and the yellows and all that other shit, 40, all that other shit that's used to color our food, and all of these preservatives and additives and synthetic chemicals that are absolutely detrimental to the human body, and we consume it. And I have, right, in ignorance. Now I label read. I make sure that I understand what's going inside my body and in the bodies of my family. Now, I can't compel anyone to do or not do a thing. I can only inform them of what I've found, what has been shared with me, and it's up to them. I have a daughter that has a 5-year-old boy, my little man, my favorite person on earth right now. And she feeds him ultra processed shit. When he does eat, that's what he eats. He hardly eats, and I'm happy that he hardly eats, because in a way that's a protection for him. But he's always eating ultra processed shit that's got all these colorings and preservatives and additives and synthetic. It's synthetic food. It's not real. And he eats it when he does eat. It's all the shit he's eating. You ask him what he wants to eat, it's always fucking chicken nuggets and french fries or pizza. Can hardly get him to eat a vegetable. Not that that's any better, right? Most of our produce is genetically modified. I don't remember the name of the movie where a gentleman was ranting, and at one point he said, our air isn't fit to breathe. Our food isn't fit to eat. Our water isn't fit to drink. This was an old movie. I think it was called News Radio. I'm not sure. It's an old movie. And he said, I'm not going to take it anymore. He was a newscaster of sorts. I don't remember the name, but it's clear that in a real way, whether directly or indirectly, they were trying to warn the people of what had begun to happen or would be happening shortly thereafter. And now, everything we consume is something bioengineered or totally synthetic with no nutritional value. And then to add insult to injury, people consume all of this garbage and become physically ill. And rather than educate them and empower them to change their diets to improve their overall health and well-being, the American Medical Association has decided that the best way to deal with dis-ease and sickness is to prescribe a pill, some synthetic pill. And if you go back, most of that shit was petroleum based. And you know who's behind the petroleum, right? None other than the Rockefellers themselves. As I understand it, they are the progenitors of modern medicine, the Rockefellers. Like, they fund all of the medical schools, they and others, of course, but they are the progenitors of big pharma and big medicine. And here we are believing that they're giving us something that is beneficial to us. It's not. It's not. Nothing synthetic is beneficial to the human body. Nothing. At least in my opinion. Again, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not even qualified to determine what the human body can and can't consume. Not qualified in the sense where I can say it, you know, with authority and certainty. So certainty is not the right, with authority, you know, medical authority. But I can say it with certainty that the consumption of anything that isn't real, isn't natural, and you put it in your mouth, chew it and swallow it, if it's fake, if it's unnatural, it's no good for you. I remember the first time I tasted aspartame. Shit made me nauseous and gave me a headache. And then, in an attempt to figure out what the hell aspartame was, I learned that it was the discharge of bacteria. Like, a bacteria was fed, they discharged, you know, what was left after they processed in their systems what they had eaten. So basically what they shit out is aspartame. And even though it was banned for many, many, many years under the Bush administration, not HW, but W, it was unbanned, if there's such a word, and allowed by the Food and Drug Administration. And the people who developed it became ridiculously wealthy. Because if you look, it's in everything. Aspartame is in everything. At least, you know, the garbage. The candy, the gums, the juices, the Pop-Tarts, shit like that. I don't know if aspartame is in Pop-Tarts, but anything that requires sweetness has aspartame in. Not anything, but most things. So I got to be careful of how I say shit, because, you know, making blanket statements can fuck up your world. Not that I give a shit, because I ain't got shit. I don't own shit. So I ain't worried about losing nothing. but our food isn't fit to eat. And even though I can't tell you book, chapter, and verse because I'm not one of those learned men of my people, I can say that scripturally, one of the curses upon the children of Israel today is that they will consume defiled bread. Your bread will be defiled. Your food will be less than. So I know we're living in prophecy. Our water isn't fit to drink. We have forever chemicals and microplastics. And we're consuming this shit. We have to figure out a way to become self-sustaining, self-sufficient, and procure our own sustenance. And amazingly, most of the wildlife that is good for food, in particular clean food for the children of Israel, is drinking the same water that has forever chemicals in it, and microplastics in it. I'm told that there's not a human being alive, young or old, that doesn't have a certain level of microplastics and forever chemicals in their system. Some with much greater levels than others, but everyone is I won't say infected. Not firing on all 8 cylinders, so I can't even think of the proper word, but we are all contaminated. There you go. I'll use that one for now. With microplastics and forever chemicals, all of us. And what can we do about it? I don't know. I think that the only thing that can help us is chelation therapy. Look it up. It was used during one of the wars, World War I or World War II, where men, and I suppose some women, were contaminated with lead, and chelation therapy was able to reduce the amount of lead in each person's body by a significant degree. Our air isn't fit to breathe. I mean, look at it. Has anyone noticed that the fog lately is not natural? Like, anyone who goes out in it may become sick. Probably not everybody, but for sure, some people. I believe it's how I caught a cold this year, through that goddamn fog. It's thick and it doesn't look real. It looks synthetic, man-made. Anywho, and I'm getting sleepy, and that's no bueno, because I'm on a major highway. But it's not like I can just pull over, right? I got someone to pick up that needs to be somewhere. So I gotta suck it up, Buttercup. Oh shit, man. How much longer will we continue to allow ourselves to be controlled by a very small group of people who have convinced us that they know what's right for us? Inoculations. Do you know, and I'm sure you do, but do you know that babies, I think within minutes, hours, or days of birth, are given certain inoculations that could probably have the potential to do more harm than good for those babies? Their immune systems aren't even developed yet, and you're filling them with chemicals under the guise of health. I took my grandson to see a pediatrician, and I went with his mother, my daughter. And luckily for me, I was there, and for him too, because I'm not sure that my daughter would have been able to assert her rights and protect the overall health and well-being of her child. This pediatrician walked out with a little table, a little tray of needles. I counted them. There were 8 to be exact.
Merge onto County Road 511.
And when I inquired
Then slide right onto
as to
Hanover
what the
Avenue.
hell is that, the doctor, the pediatrician, became offended,
Take the next right
because
onto
how
Hanover
dare
Avenue.
I, especially, you know, a Latino, question a white man about what he's doing,
Continue on Hanover Avenue
even
for
though
4 miles.
he's about to pump my grandson with all that bullshit. And I asked him, well, what is that? Oh, these are, you know, inoculations. And I said, why so many? Oh, he needs all of these. I'm like, are you fucking kidding? And when you looked at one of them was a 3-in-1. I allowed that one because I myself had that one. Measles, mumps, and rubella. So I allowed that. Because, you know, I'm not an anti-inoculator. I'm not anti-medicine. I'm anti-harm. A 5-year-old, he was 3 at the time. Maybe he was 3, maybe he was 2. But their immune systems aren't even developed. How are they to acclimate to toxins being put into their bodies under the guise of health and well-being? So I said no. I said one inoculation at a time, spread out over months, if not years. And, you know, this white man argued. But he had to agree. And now my grandson is caught up. But one inoculation at a time. Another dis-ease is cancer. And the treatment of it. You would think that after all of these years, and then with all of our advancements in medicine and technology, that we'd have a cure for cancer now. And we do. But it's not widely publicized or recommended because there's no money in curing cancer. Absolutely no money in it. So why would the American Medical Association want to eradicate and cure cancer? Why would they want to do that? There's no money in it. It's like consumer goods, right? When I was young, a light bulb, a regular white Westinghouse light bulb would last years. Years, and I'm talking about with constant use, up and down, turning it on, turning it off, turning it on, turning it off. And it would take years before that light bulb expired. I'm just ranting. I'm a little chilly, and I can't turn on the heat because it makes me sleepy. But I don't want to leave the dead air, just dead air. Dead ass. We need to do something to change our circumstance. Shameless plug. Oh, you can't see it. It's too dark. NeuroGum. Get you some. It is actually effective. I haven't had too many products that do what they say they do. NeuroGum does. With its high caffeine concentration and L-theanine. It's really good. Gets rid of the brain fog within 5 to 7 minutes of consumption. just lost in thought right now. And paying attention to the road because it's winding. Anyway, we have to be more vigilant in researching what goes good and bad into our bodies.
Turn right on Oak Avenue using the right lane.
I don't know, people.
Tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Just tell the fucking truth. It might hurt people's feelings. It might be scary for you. It might not be the most socially acceptable thing. But tell the fucking truth.
Tell the fucking truth.
It's really easy to water shit down. It's really, really, really easy to lie. It's really easy to take the path of least resistance. Now, there's one thing that I know for certain is that when I'm laying on my deathbed, I'm not going to regret having played this game all in and shared my heart, my soul, my truth, undeniably.
Bird.
Tell the fucking truth. Always.
Always.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. Listen again.
Tell the fucking truth.
Tell the fucking truth.
It might hurt people's feelings. It might be scary for you. It might not be the most socially acceptable thing.
Left on Old Dover Road
But
using
tell
the
the
left
fucking
lane.
truth. It's really easy to water shit down. It's really, really, really easy to lie. It's really easy to take the path of least resistance. Now, there's one thing that I know for certain is that when I'm laying on my deathbed, I'm not going to regret having played this game all in and shared my heart, my soul, my truth, undeniably.
Undeniably.
Tell the
Tell the fucking
fucking truth.
truth. Always.
Tell the truth.
Tell the truth. That's hard for some people. I'm not saying that I never lie. I just don't lie for the sake of lying. I have lied. I've lied to law enforcement. I've lied to judges. Because I was never really under oath. Because I never agree to be subjected that way. So do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'll be like, sure, yeah, whatever. I don't know if y'all can see what I'm seeing, but it's dark as shit out here. It is late.
In a quarter mile, pick up Civic on the left.
Civic. Oh, Jesus. That's his name, Vivek.
Pick up Civic on the left.
I don't really want to go up in here. I can't see shit. You see now. Anyway, I'm picking up, so we're back to dead air. Put on my jacket. Morning, how are you? We're good?
Sure.
Let's go.
To the kids.
Head to your drop off at Newark Liberty International Airport EWR.
Yeah, United. Yeah, sure. Oh. Crazy.
Please use your seatbelt.
Your driveway is menacing.
Yeah,
Oh.
sorry about that.
Yeah, no. As soon as I got here, I was like, I'm not going any further. Then I said, you know what?
It was a lot worse.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I bet.
So when we first saw this, I'm sure you
You want to grab that or no?
No, absolutely. When we first came to see the house, all I could explain it is, have you ever gone down like a water slide? You know you're gonna get wet, but like you don't know how and when. So it's like a shock. So when we finally got up to the top, I'm like, oh my god, we made it. It is insane. It really is, and all of them are like this, up a big hill. But it's fun for sledding and snowboarding. That's the only time. Not fun for him when he has to shovel and
Yeah.
we literally parked the cars down the block because we don't want to do it. I have sled down the hill to go to work.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be fun in the morning.
to wake up like 3 hours early every time it snows. And I already wake up early, so it's like,
And I'm sure it gets real snow here, right?
Quarter mile turn
I
right
gotta
on
tell
Oak
you,
Avenue.
just within
That's
a mile, because we're like a mile and a half from the highway, whatever it is,
Mm.
maybe 2 miles. Just the change of a mile or 2 miles, it's a huge difference.
Mm.
One time we had 5 inches of snow.
Turn
And I
right
got
on Oak Avenue.
out the driveway, got in the car, started driving. I got on 287, and it was nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's odd.
Trucks were out salting the roads, but there was nothing on the road.
and even like on a normal random winter day, you walk
Oh,
outside
yeah.
to an inch easy every day.
Yeah.
Now I think when we know it's sunny, we don't even attempt. It'll melt. It's gonna rain. It's gonna melt. Well, I don't do anything. I just think hot chocolate.
In a quarter mile turn left
Yeah.
on West Hanover Avenue.
And is the cold bitter up here?
It's horrible.
Huh.
I don't know if it's here or just America in this part.
Well, certain parts are more bitter than others. I spent the winter in Buffalo.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's terrible. I also did a winter in Niagara Falls.
Turn left on West
Holy
Hanover
cow,
Avenue.
which isn't that far from Buffalo. But Buffalo gets snowed bad. Much worse than,
They got us beat.
yeah. I think they pretty much got everybody beat.
Everybody beat, right?
Yeah, if you get snowed in there, you can expect a week or two.
Right. I heard
Yeah,
that.
but you know they're more equipped too, though.
I don't know because I heard
I
about.
can't tell.
I don't know because I heard about the Buffalo Stadium,
Hmm.
and they have the people with the season tickets. They ask them, they pay them to come shovel their seats out.
What the fuck?
I'm not even kidding because they can't get to all the snow sometimes.
That's insane. First
They
of all,
pay
why
the
the hell are you going
fans.
outside in that cold?
They pay the fans to come help shovel like the stadium out of the snow.
Hmm.
I never understand that to be cold and watch a sport. Like, no,
Yeah, that's fanaticism.
I gotta tell you, not interested.
Yeah, I was one of those idiots. And then I stopped drinking.
Well, I mean, you're tailgating, you're warm, right? Like,
Yeah.
That's not one of those things. But we also are in fucking Buffalo. I would not be going out in Buffalo to tailgate. I'm not a winter human. I figured this out a long time ago.
Yeah, not like that. I am. I'm a winter baby, but not Buffalo winter. That's different. Yeah, that's different.
I will say, I can probably passionately say there is nothing about winter other than when you see the snow on a tree that actually, like, if I could do it right now.
Besides looking nice.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, honestly, you can do that now. Like, we don't go into the city much, so I can care less about that too. I will be happy in the Caribbean environment. Just not India. India's too. Well, yes, maybe, but that's fine.
Well, I have a friend from India, and he came here to Jersey and said that it was too hot. I was like, seriously?
He's gotta be.
Yeah. I was like, you're from India.
Yeah, I know.
He was like, yeah, it's hot there, but this is intense. I'm like, come on, man, cut it out.
And it's also different too.
That's what I hear, but India is hot.
I'd take
I
this.
remember
heat.
we went and my sister's wedding. It was like 110.
What?
110
Where?
in India.
Oh, yeah, I'll take your word for that.
No,
I
when we
believe
went
it.
to my sister's wedding over in India, it's like 110 for like a week.
Ah.
I've done Arizona 100 and
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, no, that's
We
like
were there, I think it was like 105.
yeah.
in the shade.
We didn't even go outside. being
Yeah.
in the house, hanging out with the family, like, you know. Because I mean, you can't be hot and they be in a hot tub, even though the kids think kind of cold. But yeah, that's what it feels like. The water gets so hot from the pool, or you know, you feel like you're in a hot tub versus a regular.
Oh wow, so you can't even take a dip in the cool pool.
Dang, that's not. Yeah.
They don't heat the pools over there. It's like, you know, natural heating, right?
Huh.
It's like no relief, they were saying, because everything's so hot.
It just feels so light. We don't have snow.
That's why I love Jersey, where we get all 4 seasons. They're
Do we
right.
know?
Not really, not anymore. Right? We haven't had a real winter in a long time.
We just survived a real winter.
Oh, you think that was a real winter?
Yes, for me, that's good enough. I don't need to.
You must not remember 1996.
Oh, we remember 1996. I had 3 feet of snow covering the door. I had to climb out the window.
Yeah.
Show myself out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a winter. We haven't had a winter since then,
Yeah, but we've been substituting with earthquakes,
which is
crazy.
Yeah. I had no idea we were on a fault line.
No,
I didn't know.
I found out after the first one too. I was like, what the
Didn't
fuck
know.
is going on?
We also have a volcano here in Jersey.
What?
Yeah, I just found that out.
Wow.
Not good news for me.
No.
Not good news. Thankfully, it's dormant.
And did you know that not only did we have the 2 earthquakes, but we had like 270 aftershocks?
I had no idea.
Yeah. Because I don't know what it is, but every time I'm like, I felt an earthquake. He'll look at me, but what? Nothing happened. I'm like,
I slept right through it. I wouldn't have known had my grandson not woken me up and said, man, did you feel that? And like, leave me alone, boy.
mm-hmm.
I had no idea we had an earthquake. I didn't know it was, like I said, I didn't know we were on a fault line. I thought you needed a fault line to have earthquakes.
It's crazy, nonetheless.
Yeah, what's next? Forest fires?
I mean, we had them though.
Do we?
Yeah, we had it this past summer.
Huh.
Right? It was Central Jersey, or I know it was Lake whatever had a little bit of it, and then that word I couldn't think of, and then Jersey, somewhere in the south, we have forest fires and shit.
Huh.
And that's scary.
Yeah.
I mean, all of it is scary, actually. But, all right. Yeah.
Yeah. I've avoided the West Coast because of natural disasters. I didn't know we had them here in Jersey. I wasn't aware. I'm 54 years old and I've never experienced any of that. Earthquakes, I said, I'm not going to California. The earth moves.
They thought we felt left out, so they said,
Hey, yeah. I'm okay.
Here you go, New Jersey.
Yeah, we're fine now.
Yeah, I'm okay.
You can move on to the next place.
Yes, please. Go back to where you came from.
Your experience was noted. Thanks. Keep it pushing.
Every now and again, we'll get, what do you call that? That weather anomaly, El Nino, something to that degree. That's all right, cool. You know, we've had, what was that? Andrew did the dam to the Jersey Shore, right? But those are far and few in between. Right? As long as we don't get those, yeah, those, the one they call the hand of God, something 4 category. Yeah, I don't want to see that.
How old is your grandson?
He's 5 now. He's a baby. He's still in that magical state. He just wants to play and.
Continue on to State Route 24.
Oh, that's that way.
Don't let me forget to call the hotel.
In 2 miles, keep left onto I-78 East. In a half mile, keep left onto I-78 East using the middle lane. Keep left onto I-78 East, and keep right onto I-78 East. In a quarter mile, keep right onto I-78 East using the right lane. Keep right onto I-78 East. In 2 miles, keep left to stay on I-78 East toward Hillside. In a half mile, keep left to stay on I-78 East toward Hillside using the second lane to the right. Keep left to stay on I-78 East toward Hillside.
Oh, it's
In 2 miles, take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark. If they have
I like those two.
Same.
I also like this one.
In a half mile, take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark using the second lane from the right.
These two are kind of similar. This one's black, this one's
Take right exit 57 toward New Jersey 21 North Newark, then keep left. Important directions. In a quarter mile, keep left toward airport main terminals north area using the left lane.
Ooh. All right, big boy.
Keep left toward airport main terminals north area, then keep left. In a quarter mile, keep left toward US. Highway 9 south using the left lane.
Said your airline's United, right?
Yes.
What terminal, A or C?
Keep left toward US. Highway 9 south, then keep right.
My apologies, I have a bit of a lead foot.
Mile, keep right toward US. Highway 1 south Gates Avenue using the left lane.
I'm used to it. Life sometimes is like it too.
Understandable. My wife hates it.
Keep right toward US. Highway 1 south Gates Avenue, then keep left.
I inherited from my mother though. She has the biggest lead foot ever.
Using the left lane, keep left toward US. Highway 1 south, then keep left.
Yeah.
We once drove from Newark to Virginia to King's Dominion. My mother took a passenger van because there was a bunch of us, cousins, nephews, and she did 110 all the way down. And at one point, she had to do something slick, a maneuver, and the van went up on its side. And she drove it for 3.5 miles that way. True story. 3.5 miles. Yeah, that's what we were saying. She's 71 now and has no memory of it. Yeah.
In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on Express Road using the left lane. Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, keep left to stay on Express Road using the middle lane. Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, keep right on Terminal Access Road using the right lane.
Premier access or economy access? Level 2 or 3?
Right on Terminal Access Road, then continue straight. Using the right lane, continue straight to stay on Terminal Access Road. Using the right lane, continue straight to stay on Terminal Access Road. Just ahead, drop off Living on the right.
Come on, buddy.
Drop off Living on the right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much. You guys have a great flight. Get back home safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much.
Should I got everything? Yep, I got everything.
Just tell the truth. Just tell the fucking truth. Watch this. Hey, guess what? I'm doing you for some shit. Yeah, but you gotta hang out with Sarah. I told you. Watch this. Hey, guess what? I'm doing you for some shit. Yeah, but you gotta hang out with Sarah.
It's gonna make your voice sound crystal clear, no lagging, no background chaos, just professional grade audio. Because we use a high-end DSP processing, pro video class and beauty vocal effect. Yes?
What we in here, T? T, we in here, T. T, we in here, T. What the fuck we going in here, cuz? Remember what we did? Come on, I ain't even doing what the fuck is we doing up in here, man? Before we robbed dude, G. Bro, get the fuck as hot as hell there. Bro, he robbed dude, he blicked us, bro. We died for the game, G. No, I didn't go with you. You took me with you. That's how I ended up to the bro. We died for the game, G. They could be putting it on us, bro. Just imagine somebody putting it on you, G. Bro, I didn't go with you to rob shit. You tried to rob dude and he blew us down. What the fuck? Bro, okay, you was with me though, G. You was with me. Dude caught us breaking in his crib and he blicked both of us down. You was in hell now. It's over with. What a guy, it's so fucking hot in here, bro. Bro, we good, G. You took cuz. What we in here, G? G, we in here, G.
36 pieces of Eurogum for $3, but you have to do this. Step 1, click the shopping cart down here in the corner. Step 2, instead of the 54-piece 6-pack down here, that one is $33. We're going to select the 90-piece full pouch down here in the gum. That's the only way it's going to work. When you go to the checkout page over here, you put code EuroSpring into the deal section. It'll bring your total down to what you see on screen right here. $3 for 36 more pieces. Now, I don't know when they're going to fix this, so if you're going to click the shopping cart, do it before you miss out. 36 pieces of Eurogum for $3, but you have to do this. Step 1, click the shopping cart down here in the corner. Step 2, instead of the 54-piece 6-pack down here, that one is $33. We're going to select the 90-piece full pouch down here in the gum. That's the only way it's going to work. When you go to the checkout page over here and you put code EuroSpring into the deal section, it'll bring your total down to what you see on screen right here. $3 for 36 more pieces. Now, I don't know when they're going to fix this, so if you're going to click the shopping cart, do it before you miss out. 36 pieces of Eurogum for $3, but you have to do this. Step 1, click the shopping cart down here in the corner. Step 2, instead of the 54-piece 6-pack down here, that one is $33. We're going to select the 90-piece full pouch down here in the gum. That's the only way it's going to work. When you go to the checkout page over here and you put code EuroSpring into the deal section, it'll bring your total down to what you see on screen right here. $3 for 36 more pieces. Now, I don't know when they're going to fix this. You're going to click the shopping cart and do it before you miss out. 36 pieces of Eurogum for $3, but you have to do this. Step 1, click the shopping cart down here in the corner. Step 2, instead of the 54-piece 6-pack down here, that one
needed to be the enemy. It is.
I dedicate this video to all my boys, this amazing, beautiful women, and I just want to tell you this, baby girl, please don't give up on your dream, because you're about to find out how much room you can really take up. You're getting ready to live in your purpose, and not only is it going to bring you profit, it's going to bring it in perpetuity. Doors about to be made and opened in your honor, but I don't want you.
Such a good piece of technology. It even works when you lose your internet connection. These new POS systems have an offline mode, so even when your internet crashes, your business won't. Stop.
There's this TikToker complaining about black girls wearing milk maid dresses to the club, right? She's basically upset, saying that why are the girlies being modest? It's about self-respect. Who cares about what everyone else thinks, right? One thing I've noticed about like women and when it comes to y'all and fashion and things like that is that nakedness levels the playing field for y'all. Now, this is just my opinion. This is just my opinion and my analysis, right? The girls that are fine they can wear anything and they will always be fine. The girls that are not that fine, they need to be naked to level the playing field with the girls that are fine. You get what I'm saying? There's this TikToker complaining about black girls wearing.
Will this viral coating spray from Germany replace car washing in 2025? It's going completely viral on social media right now because you only need to spray it once. And for 8 months, you don't need to go to a car wash. The reason? It bonds with the paint even better than ceramic coatings, sealing off all possible attachment points for dirt.
Okay, name, age, and what do you do for work?
I'm Mike, I'm 28, and I work from home as a data scientist.
And how much do you make, if you don't mind me asking?
Around 90K.
Wow, that's amazing. How did you land that job?
1010, I tell everyone.
Two kids get in a fight, one draws a weapon. A simple clarification of the whole situation that all y'all are just debating on and debating on and debating on. Let's not color out of it. All right? Everything. You had two children, teenagers, get in an altercation. One pulls a knife, stabs the other. That's manslaughter. Quit thinking about color. It does not matter here. Y'all got to quit that. I don't care what threats were made or what was put across social media before. One draws a weapon, the other one did not have a weapon. Plain and simple, these kids nowadays aren't raised to be men anymore. Back in my day, a fight was a fight. You'd fight somebody fist to fist. Most of the time, you ended up being best friends. You gained respect for one another. Society is the problem today. These children aren't allowed to go at each other when they're young and get some understanding that harm could be caused by doing this the older you get. Plain and simple, one kid drawed a weapon. He stabbed the other kid. The other kid did not have a weapon. So all this debate back and forth between liberals, conservatives, blacks and whites, it does not matter. Stop thinking of it like that. These are two children that society has warped. The child shouldn't have drawn a knife. He was too scared to handle like a man, or just wasn't brought up to handle like a man. The other
He wasn't a fucking man.
Was a bully or anything else, it does not matter. He did not have a weapon. He should not have got stabbed. And this GoFundMe account raised for the other child, I'm sorry he's going through it, but he did something and he's got to pay for it. That GoFundMe account should go to the victim's family. Plain and simple. Y'all got to quit looking at color. These are two children who got in an altercation, and now one of them's got to face up to it and be a man. That's life. It's just the way it is. Two kids get in a fight, one draws a weapon. A simple clarification of the whole situation that all y'all are just debating on and
Hey, this is your captain.
Our lines will be the only lines they quote from it. So this won't be a battle where the fans can say we both stunted. I wrote something, pass it to your girl, now she's so blunted. She gonna give me a little face like the old hundreds. Red, white, and green diamonds like Italian ice. Shorty so wet on the phone, she need a bag of rice. Shit. Red, white, and green diamonds like Italian ice. Shorty so wet on the phone, she need a bag of rice. You ain't been popping for a while like a can of slice. Seasoned fans took me, so they booked me for the added spice. I ain't even wanna use his boss's beat, but he lives in the desert, so we should be used to all this heat. So from Cancun to a sand dune, I roll up on dude and park with cheap bread and dump the cans in his bucket like a supermarket sweep. I can make his lock up or let the tent ring silent. Maybe more I'm pro-choice, but fuck your left-wing bias. But that was a check swing. But this next thing's violent. I'm about to open up on him like an X-wing pilot. My connect always good. I got extra bandwidth. And a second plan for anything the weapons can't fix. I got money changing hands like Mega Man's fist. The watch
Hey, yo, this is for entertainment purposes.
hands like Mega Man's fist. The watch got a second hand. You got a second hand wrist. You about to face another blemish. This is the worst. You get sweet. Dashes get swept under the rug like it hurts to give grief. Super soaker backpack. Squirt the kid brief. Plus they love me in the hood like the first and 15. She catching pheromones from me at the lift-a-thon, yoga mat down. Let her suck me like a twisty straw. Watch her whip her hair back and forth like Dixie Kong. I take her to the second gym like Misty Gone and make a movie that starred me. That's not Digimon. No acapella group, but he gon' know what kind of shit we on when he hear that ooh-ah going just like a 50 song. No GPS tracking, but I'm getting peach traced. They have to set up a perimeter and get police tape. That mean I chalk this boy out. You wanna get a clean slate? I cook him a couple minutes at a time like a kid cuisine plate. I go in a Black Ops mode. Now I'm in his team base. You will not see zombies, but I get his team chased. Warhammer 40Ks without the figurine paint. He get ratchet after ratchet like he did a speed date.
He busting his ass.
Lieutenant Warp 9 put him in a deep space and pitch a bird out the whip like they did in Speed Race. 18 carats on the wrist with the wintergreen face, and just looking at it giving you that Listerine taste. Trying to get a buzz off my shit, get you smacked with a fly swatter. I stay splashing this bitch like she rapping through white water. Back in school, I had the tool in the back of my guy's locker. County jail, a young boy got put in a pod like Anakin Skywalker. You don't need breaking news to see action from live choppers. For me, it was always on site, even scrapping my eye doctor. This bitch on my album. For me, it was always on site, even scrapping my eye doctor. This bitch on my album cover. Alex Summers from all the havoc that I've caused her, but I've been through that bitch the wall so many times that I'm actually nightcrawling. I'm pissed off if people even thinking the match was even. I mean, I should rerun my rounds because this is a classic beating. I'm like Popeye the Sailor. I'm gripping a can and squeezing, talking out the side of your mouth. Gonna get you the Bambi treatment. I brought the thumper in the club. Now it's switching to rabbit season. If he bugs, I get him smoked like Yosemite Sam was creeping. Morris will catch a flashback like he's sitting in class and dreaming while I'm at his Bayside High like Tiffany Amber Dixon.
Give him the 1,000.
I'm pissed off when people even thinking the match is even. I should rerun my round. This is a classic meeting. I'm like Popeye the Sailor. I'm gripping a can and squeezing, talking out the side of your mouth. Gonna get you the Bambi treatment. I brought the thumper in the club. Now it's switching to rabbit season. If he bugs, I get him smoked like Yosemite Sam was creeping. Morris will catch a flashback like he's sitting in class and dreaming while I'm at his Bayside High like Tiffany Amber Dixon. Mario Lopez is in the building. This is your chance to meet him. The silencer is Andy Griffiths whistling back to freedom. This is Aladdin dreaming. I'm wishing we had a reason. I just had to get a couple bands off him before giving him back his freedom. My lines will be the only lines they quote from it. So this won't be a battle where the fans can see me both stunned. I wrote something fast to your girl.
That was good shit.
She gonna give me a
I don't even know who he is.
Why would you buy a 54-pack of Neurogum for $30 when you could literally grab a 90-pack for...
This is where the remaining dinosaurs live. This is where the
man will often pull away, isolating himself from the people who love him the most. He doesn't do it because he wants to. It's because he doesn't know how to explain the storm inside him. He works harder than he talks, using his job as a distraction from the battles in his mind. No matter how much rest he gets, he's always exhausted, mentally and physically. Little things stress him out, and frustration becomes his closest companion. He gets irritated easily, not because he wants to, but because the weight of it all is too much to carry. The things that once brought him joy don't matter as much anymore, except for those fleeting moments of escape, like driving fast, feeling the wind on his face, when he's stuck in his own head. Overthinking drowns him, leading to complete silence.
Content creators, if you've been waiting for the viral from now to the end for shipping, and here it is right now, less than $10 with free shipping for a limited time. It comes in black, pink, and white, and all the colors are still there right now, but it sells out quickly, so go and grab it as well you can, and add it to your question for content creation. Content creators, if you've been waiting for the viral from now to the end for shipping, and here it is right now, less than $10 with free shipping for a limited time. It comes in black, pink, and white, and all the colors are still there right now, but it sells out quickly, so go and grab it as well you can, and add it to your question for content creation. Content creators, if you've been waiting for the viral from now to the end for shipping, and here it is right now, less than $10 with free shipping for a limited time. It comes in black, pink, and white, and all the colors are still there right now, but it sells out quickly, so go and grab it as well you can, and add it to your question for content creation. Content creators, if you've been waiting for the viral from now to the end for shipping, and here it is right now, less than $10 with free shipping for a limited time. It comes in black, pink, and white, and all the colors are still there right now, but it sells out quickly, so go and grab one of these while you can, and add it to your arsenal for content creation. Content creators, if you've been waiting for the viral phone mount to be on free shipping again, and here it is right now.
I just seen that video of that lady that do the interviews in that blue dress. She got punched in her face. I like that. I really like that energy. Like, I don't really care about what the topic was, but it's the fact that that's how it is in person. Like I said before, like, I guarantee you, the stuff people say in comments or people that make videos about you, they would never say that to your Facebook. They never even say it on the live stream. They don't keep the same energy. Like, bro, some of the stuff people say in comments, on these videos, they would get slapped in real life. Like, even in my comments, I'm like, damn, bro, this is so crazy. I was smoking in real life. Like, no, I like that energy. Let's keep that energy. Like, sometimes I even watch what I say because I don't like to go.
Out of all of my years of being alive, why am I just curious? I didn't even know people actually do this until I seen this shit. She texted me that she finna go to the salon. I said, all right, bet. Send me a picture of your hair once you get back. She called me about an hour later, boo-hoo crying. Like, tears coming down, snot. I'm like, damn. Girl, you good? So she finally calmed down, finna tell me what happened. Shit, I'm thinking a nigga came in and smacked the shit out. The hairstylist is on the way. She was crying. She had her face out the camera. She put her face in and said, hey, you never heard of the dead hair theory? Look at me. I'm thinking in my head, man, what the hell is this bitch talking about? I straight up asked her, what the fuck is that? She talking about, I don't really feel comfortable explaining it. Just look it up. I looked that shit up, gang. I've been sitting here in my room for the last 25 minutes in shock. So now I'm kind of nervous because I ain't know what it was before. But shit, I'm over here comforting her and shit, and I just feel like, yo, is it my fault I never knew about this? Because I assume everybody else knew. Or maybe this is just some girl shit like, yo, that shit is fucked up. Out of all of my years of being alive, I promised you a part 2, and here it is. More delicious items from Royal Chicken and Biscuits, Somerset, New Jersey. We're kicking off part 2 with these excellent wings. The buffalo sauce was great, and they fried these wings, tossed them in the sauce, and then baked them. That guaranteed sauce on every bite of every wing. I am a huge wing guy, and I was so happy with these. With that said, these next 2 items might have been even better. Now, I'm used to getting chicken over rice when I go to the halal spot, but how about jerk chicken over rice? The flavor on this chicken was fantastic. The beans were spiced up really nice, and believe it or not, the rice itself had such good flavor. A lot of times with halal platters, I feel like the rice is an afterthought, but it certainly wasn't here. I also found the white sauce to be really intriguing. It was seasoned up almost like a ranch. I'm not used to that.
I found it to be a great accompaniment to that jerk chicken though. And I will warn you, if you're not great with spice, this chicken does have a little bit of a kick to it, but I tried out this homemade iced tea that was banging. It's far sweeter than a normal drink you'll catch me drinking, but I enjoyed it a lot. And last but certainly not least, we have a serious loaded fry platter. These fries were cooked perfectly. They have...
No way! Major double discount for the... So the Creator Rewards program, I got in the middle of last week. Total for that half the month I made, but obviously I'm a nobody right now. I'm still kind of moving on up. I've barely hit 12,000 followers, which is amazing. I thank every single one of you.
Hey, boy, yes, more touchy. Just ran out. So
A sister KV means the literal translation. Well, literal translation from Latin and French means it is you who are the life. Say to KV, it is you who lives. Transliterated, it means basically beneficiary of an estate. Literally in law, it means the life by which an estate is measured. So we are all an estate. Remember I said we're in a landed estate. In law, this is how property is held. When I said yesterday that the Pope issued a papal bull in 1302 called it Unum Sanctum, and there were other papal bulls that followed the next 200 years, but that was the starting point. He expressed the first testamentary trust. A testamentary trust is a trust created for death by last will and testament. Because what they were going to create is to synthesize the civil body as the containing field of all of our life force in an artificial construct, a fiction and law, that all of our living beings were considered dead in fictions. It is, as I said yesterday, a cult of death. Back to what I said in the beginning about the Isis Osiris mystery cult. When Osiris was resurrected, he then went underground and became the god of the underworld, the god of death. And he would be the gate through which you had to pass if you, when you died. You're heavier than a feather, which means you are weighted by the artificial constructs of the matrix reality in your mind of the world. You could not pass. But if you had money and you became part of the elite and you aggregated money through the temple and banked your money at the temple, you would be able to pass and be ascended into the ranks of heaven. He says the KV means the literal translation. Well, literal translation from Latin and French means it is you who are the life.
Those same people are those who run the world today, and let's name them: the Pesuers, the Rothschilds, the Astors, the Bundys, the Collins, the DuPonts, the Freemans, the Kennedys, the Lees, the Onassis, the Reynolds, the Rockefellers, and the Russells. They are all descendants from those who fell from heaven. They are the descendants of the Nephilim. This is why every single freaking time a UFO, giant, alien, demon gets a glimpse of exposure, someone ends up missing or dead, and information is scrubbed from the internet. But I'm not afraid to speak about it like your 501c pastor is. Those same people are those who run the world today, and let's name them: the Pesuers, the Rothschilds, the Astors, the Bundys, the Collins, the DuPonts, the Freemans, the Kennedys, the Lees, the Onassis, the Reynolds, the Rockefellers, and the Russells. They are all descendants from those who fell from heaven. They are the descendants of the Nephilim. This is why every single freaking time a UFO, giant, alien, demon gets a glimpse of exposure, someone ends up missing or dead, and information is scrubbed from the internet. But I'm not afraid to speak about it like your 501c pastor is. Those same people.
Snap your W2 and
It's fucking crazy how Hollywood hid this shit in the most popular movie and nobody even noticed. Watch this.
You push up to your pie hole. Or what? Ranger Rick, you gonna shoot
Jersey 139 is
What we think we know is that there's some kind of electrochemical communication between the roots of the trees, like the synapses between neurons. And each tree has 10 to the 4th connections to the trees around it. It's 4 connections in the human brain. Get into it.
Isn't that the same thing this crazy biologist was saying before his podcast got canceled?
Watch this. Most people probably don't realize that they're walking around right now in about 55%, maybe 60% of their true state of normal. There is a nutrient, an element missing from their body that if they knew what it was, would make the difference between them being an average person and being a superhuman. For supplement. So it's called L-methionine. This is actually where it gets weird because these two neuroscientists are geniuses because they invented it. They made it real. Watch this. The people who try a product, I am so fucking Now, I know I thought they was doing too much until I tried this myself, and now I feel like a fucking avatar. Like, studies have backed this up, and I can't believe that I've been walking around feeling like 50% of a human. I popped one of these, and it took like 5 minutes, and I just got right into my flow state. I started focusing, the brain fog went away, and I got everything done off of my to-do list. And if you do the math, it's like 19 cents per piece. That's like way less than a cup of coffee or a Red Bull, and you probably don't want to.
And that's loyalty left onto Jersey Avenue using the left lane.
Welcome to Wells Fargo Home Mortgage Customer Care and Recovery Group. This call may be monitored and recorded. Welcome to Wells Fargo Home Mortgage Customer Care and Recovery Group. This call may be monitored and recorded. To assist in routing your call, please select from one of the following options. If you know your party's extension, please press 1. If you are please enter the extension now or remain. Thank you for calling Wells Fargo Executive Office. This is Jordan. This call may be monitored or recorded.
Hello, Jordan. My name is Josie Powers, and I'm returning your phone call in response to some certified letters that I sent to Wells Fargo. You should know as well that this call has been recorded for documentation purposes.
Thank you for returning my call. This is the request here. So just wanted to attempt to let you know that we did receive the inquiry and the retribution responding to you. As far as the due date, I do have until the 17th to compile all the information to provide that to you in 2 hours. So I'll be giving you another call and send everything in writing for you as well.
Okay.
And just to confirm, we do have the address.
The second address, that is East Oak Alley. That's the easiest way to get a hold of me in the proper way.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. All right, so I will follow up with you once again once I have everything for you, okay?
Is that all, or I have a statement I'd like to make?
That's fine. Yes, go ahead.
It's rather lengthy. You have to bear with me. First, may I have your full name and your title to the bank?
Jordan G. O. and I'm an escalations representative.
Okay, Jordan G. Escalations representative of Wells Fargo. I acknowledge that you're speaking in your official capacity. However, I do not accept any contractual obligations unless explicitly stated between us, agreed upon, and signed in writing. And I fully reserve all my rights regarding the scope of this interaction. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Before we proceed, let me clarify that your phone calls, nor this phone call, constitute an official response under the terms of my letter of intent, which requires a response within 20 days. You've already acknowledged that that response will be coming to 274 East Times. These calls not waive those deadlines or obligations. If my written response is not received within the required time frame, it will take this evidence of concealment and bad faith. My statement that I have to make. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. My statement that I have to make is somewhat lengthy and some parts contain some questions which may require a yes or no answer. It's not a statement other than to answer the correct question to you with yes or no. I'll let you know when I've completed my statement, and then if you wish to make a statement on your behalf or on Wells Fargo, you may do so. The following is not an exhaustive list of violations committed against me. I expressly reserve all rights to assert additional claims and causes of action in future litigation as necessary. Number 1, Wells Fargo status as a foreign entity. Jordan G., you work for Wells Fargo's executive offices, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Then
You may or may not be aware that Wells Fargo operates as a foreign banking organization under 12 U.S.C. subsection 1841, and as such, it is restricted in the financial activities that it may conduct with United States citizens. Under 12 U.S.C. subsection 1843, a bank holding company like Wells Fargo is not authorized to transact with the general public, meaning that any transactions conducted with me need to be fully disclosed, as I'm not a financial institution. The promissory note and securitization I executed on 4/26/2011 in the amount of $265,000. Wells Fargo monetized that promissory note and securitized it, yet continued to collect payments from me for over 7 years, violating multiple federal laws. I have yet to receive my original promissory note back, which raises significant legal questions. The following are just examples of some of those questions. Does Wells Fargo still possess my promissory note, or has it been sold, traded, or pledged? If it was sold, when, to whom, and for how much? Did Wells Fargo receive third-party payments on this note that were not credited to my account? Failure to disclose this information constitutes unjust enrichment and deceptive trade practices. Under 18 U.S.C. subsection 1005, Wells Fargo executives and employees can be held personally responsible for false banking entries and financial concealment. Under 12 U.S.C. subsection 503, Wells Fargo and its directors may be liable for personal property for the unauthorized securitization of my note. My forensic accounting records show that my ledger is complete, and I have a forensic accountant at my disposal who will attest to Wells Fargo's securitization processes. I have also attached a perfected launch of my promissory note, which means that Wells Fargo no longer has the lawful right to enforce or claim ownership of it unless full disclosure is provided. Upon belief and information pertaining to federal law, a cash collateral account exists or did exist in connection to my note, which means that a legal set-off should have been applied to the discharge or the obligation. If Wells Fargo failed to apply such an offset, that's further evidence of fraudulent concealment. Under 12 U.S.C. subsection 84, Wells Fargo may have violated lending limits, and under 12 U.S.C. subsection 375A, any undisclosed third-party payoffs or insurance proceeds are further grounds for legal action.
What the fuck are you doing?
I was entitled to receive the interest on the coupon payments I remitted each month. These payments constitute negotiable instruments, and I am legally able to collect interest pursuant to the indenture agreement Wells Fargo has on file with the SEC. Furthermore, under actions for injuries to personal or real property, actions for the detention or conversion of personal property, and civil actions based on any alleged violation of any federal or state statute creating a monetary liability for personal services rendered, or liquidated damage or other recovery, therefore, when no other time or limitation is fixed by the statute creating such a liability. Since I only recently discovered Wells Fargo's fraudulent concealment of the securitization of my promissory note, the failure to disclose third-party payments, and unjust enrichment through continued collections after settlement, the statute of limitations has only just begun to run. Additionally, I retain a private right of action under 12 U.S.C. subsection 1978, which allows private parties to challenge the legality of financial transactions and banking practices. 18 U.S.C. subsection 1005 holds bank officers accountable for false bank entries and fraudulent transactions. 18 U.S.C. subsection 1640 TILA provides a private right of action against creditors who fail to disclose material financial transactions. I expressly reserve my right to take private legal action against Wells Fargo and any responsible parties for fraud, unjust enrichment, deceptive trade practices, and failure to disclose material financial information. This includes the right to seek disgorgement of profits, statutory damages, treble damages, and injunctive relief in a court of law. Therefore, should this instant matter be brought before a federal court, I will seek the following relief: disgorgement of unlawfully obtained funds and treble damages for unjust enrichment under applicable federal statutes. Declaratory relief confirming that Wells Fargo has engaged in deceptive trade practices, fraudulent concealment, and unjust enrichment in violations of federal banking laws. Injunctive relief to prevent Wells Fargo from continuing to engage in fraudulent financial transactions, securitization concealment, and deceptive lending practices. Punitive damages to deter future misconduct and penalize Wells Fargo for its reckless disregard for financial integrity and consumer rights. Statutory damages under 12 U.S.C. subsection 503, 18 U.S.C. subsection 1005, and 15 U.S.C. subsection 1640. For banks' violations of federal banking, fraud, and consumer protection laws. Attorneys' fees and litigation costs allowed under federal law to compensate for the burden of pursuing legal action against a financial institution engaged in willful misconduct. Personal damages against individuals.
Are you waiting on a car, ma'am?
Directors and
Are you waiting on a vehicle? No.
employees of Wells Fargo who were or are directly involved in the fraudulent financial transactions, concealment of material facts, and unjust enrichment at my expense. These individuals may be held personally liable under 12 U.S.C. subsection 503, liability of bank officers and directors, 18 U.S.C. subsection 1005, false bank entries, 18 U.S.C. subsection number 22, 12 CFR subsection 12 CFR subsection 211.10, permissive activities abroad. Activity is usual in connection with banking. The board has determined that the following activities are usual in connection with the transaction of banking or other financial operations abroad outside the United States: commercial and other banking, financing, including commercial financing, consumer financing, mortgage banking, and factoring. 12 U.S.C. subsections 1861 through 1865, the Bank Service Act, forbids the acceptance of a deposit from an American citizen, and jurisdictional operations are restricted to 12 U.S.C. subsection 1843 outside the United States. Number 24, the published regulation series 12 CFR subsection 211, foreign banking, lists the only permissible lien on real estate restricted to the extension of credit for foreign real estate. Number 25, 12 U.S.C. subsection 378 forbids national banking associations to be associated with any investment companies in regards to any asset located in the United States, and neither are permitted to accept a deposit from an American citizen. Number 26, 12 U.S.C. subsection 29 does not permit national banking associations to own real property other than a bank building or property mortgaged by an affiliate as a payment in regards to a debt owed to a member bank. Number 27, 12 USC subsection 615 restricts the business of banking, inclusive of deposit taking, to outside the United States. Number 28, 12 CFR subsection 250.143, section D restricts national banks to foreign branches outside the United States. Number 29, 12 USC subsection 3631 refers to national banks as corporations. False representations as to the liability of United States for acts of the corporation can impose a $10,000 fine and imprisonment for not more than 5 years for even inferring that Wells Fargo has any connection to the United States. Number 30. National Bank versus Matthews, U.S., January 1, 1878, 98 U.S. 621, Mr. Justice Miller dissenting. Quote, I am of the opinion that the National Banking Act makes void every mortgage or other conveyance of land as a security for real money loaned by the bank at the time of the transaction to whomsoever the conveyance may be made, and that the bank is forbidden to accept such a security, and it is void in its hands, end quote. 31. I am not a covered person under the Private Securities Litigation Act, by definition a member bank, subject to the interbank liabilities listed in 12 CFR subsection 206. Excuse me, number 32. To provide for the establishment of Federal Savings and Loan Associations, the HOLA Act, by its subsection 3, 48 Statute 129, repealed subsection 4B of the Federal Home Loan Bank Act, 47 Statute 727, which have authorized federal home loan banks to make loans directly to homeowners. Number 33, CFR 12, CFR subsection 204.8, International Banking Facilities. Time deposit or IBF time deposit represents funds deposited to the credit of a non-United States resident or a foreign branch office, subsidiary, affiliate, or other foreign establishment that deposits received by the international banking facilities may be used only to support the depositor's operations outside the United States, as specified in subsection 204.8A2II, and that extensions of credit by the IBFs may be used only to finance operations outside the United States, as specified in subsection 204.8A3VI. Number 34, 12 USC subsection 375A, loans to executive officers of banks, an extension of credit which the bank is authorized to make under this section. Mortgage loans. A member bank may make a loan to any executive officer of the bank if at that time the loan is made, it is secured by a first lien on a dwelling which is expected after the making of the loan to be owned by the officer and used by him at his residence, and no other loan by the bank to the officer under authority of this paragraph is outstanding. Educational loans. A member bank may make extensions of credit to any executive officer of the bank to finance the education of the children of that officer. Number 35, Title 12 USC subsection 501A, forfeiture of franchise of national banks for failure to comply with provisions of this chapter. Should any national banking association in the United States, now organized, fail within 1 year after December 23, 1913 to become a member bank, or fail to comply with any of the provisions of this chapter applicable thereto, all of the rights, privileges, and franchises of such association granted to it under the National Bank Act, 12 USC 21 et sec, or under the provisions of this chapter, shall thereby be forfeited. Number 36, December 23, 1913, Chapter 6, Subsection 25A, PAR, formerly Subsection 25A, as added December 24, 1919, Chapter 18, 41 Statute 378. 12 CFR, Subsection 211.1, Authority, Purpose, and Scope. Corporations organized under this section 25A of the FRA, 12 USC subsection 611 through 631, EDGE corporations. Number 37, the International Operations Regulation 12 CFR subsection 20, an EDGE corporation is a foreign banking corporation. 12 CFR subsection 4.12, Title 12, Banks and Banking, the International Operations Regulation, Part 20 of this chapter, reports of international operations requires that a national bank notify the comptroller before the establishment of a foreign branch or other controlled international banking offices and before the acquisition of a direct or indirect controlling interest in a foreign bank or in certain other corporations. For the purposes of this subparagraph, a foreign bank corporation is any bank or corporation chartered or incorporated under the laws of the United States or any state, thereof including any corporation organized under 12 U.S.C. subsection 611 to 632, which is principally engaged in international or foreign banking or financing or banking in a dependency or insular possession of the United States, directly or through the agency ownership or control of local institutions in foreign countries or in such dependencies or insular possessions, or any corporation or other association organized under the laws of a foreign country or a dependency or insular possession of the United States, which is principally engaged in commercial banking. Number 38. An EDGE Act corporation, section 25A of the FRA 12 U.S.C. subsection 611 through 631, is a financial institution. Public Law 97-290, section 101. This title may be cited as the Export Trading Company Act of 1982. It is the purpose of this act to increase United States exports of products and services by permitting bank holding companies, bankers' banks, and EDGE Act corporations and agreement corporations that are subsidiaries of bank holding companies to invest only in export trading companies by reducing restrictions on trade financing provided by financial institutions and by modifying the application of the antitrust laws to certain export trade.
The button is right on the trunk.
Number 39.
The trunk release is right on the trunk. Look above the number 39. Yes, ma'am. Uber had just sent me a message to cancel your ride and move on to the next schedule. Yeah, no. I don't often do that.
Thank you so much.
Turn right on Hoboken Avenue, then turn left on 18th Street. Turn left on 18th Street. Turn left on 18th Street. Turn right on Jersey Avenue. Just ahead, turn right on NJ 139 upper using the middle lane. right on NJ 139 upper and then merge left 3 lanes. Turn right on NJ 139 upper and then merge left 3 lanes. Then keep left onto New Jersey 139 west. Using the left 2 lanes, keep left onto New Jersey 139 west toward Pulaski Skyway, then keep left. Using the left 2 lanes, keep left to stay on New Jersey 139 west toward Pulaski Skyway. In a half mile, keep right using the right lane.
What terminal are you flying out of today, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
In a quarter mile, keep right on Express Road using the right lane. Keep right on Express Road.
Pick a lane, buddy.
Keep left to stay on Express Road. In a quarter mile, continue straight on Terminal Access Road using the right lane.
Come on, go, go. What are you doing?
Continue straight on Terminal Access Road, then make a slight right turn. Using the right lane, make a slight right turn to stay on Terminal Access Road. Using the right lane, continue straight to stay on Terminal
Economy access or premier access, ma'am?
Just ahead, keep left to stay on Express Road using the left two lanes. Keep left to stay on Express Road.
Any particular entry point?
No, wherever.
Let's make sure this is open. Yes, this is open.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome so much, ma'am. You have a great flight. Get back home safe.
Have a good day.
You as well, dear.
Hop on the train.
Yes, ma'am.
CFR subsection 28, section 51 states that international loan means a loan made to a foreign government or to an individual or corporation or other entity not a citizen of, resident in, or organized or incorporated in the United States. Number 40, Public Law 89-485, section 6H, secured by a cash collateral deposit of 100% of the amount of credit extended. Number 41. Section 22 of the 1913 Federal Reserve Act restricts all financial transactions to member bank transactions with other member banks. Section 22 of the 1913 Federal Reserve Act was amended in 1933 with the enactment of Section 23 to 12 USC subsection 371, permitting financial transactions with banking affiliates. 12 USC subsection 371 is the authority for real estate loans outside the United States. As of 1918, Section 19B of the 1913 Federal Reserve Act prohibits the acceptance of any type of domestic deposit or transaction account deposit subject to withdrawals by checks by any financial instrument in the United States. Title 12 USC subsection 615 is the keystone of permissive activity of the chartered national banking associations, prohibits the acceptance of a deposit from an American citizen. And I'll add a special note here that I've held checking and savings accounts with Wells Fargo as well as this promissory note for this mortgage for years, and Wells Fargo has accepted those deposits unconditionally. The 1919 amendment to the 1913 Federal Reserve Act, the EDGE Act, permitted corporations restricted to import-export financing in the international financial markets and prohibited the acceptance of a deposit from an American citizen. Bank companies restricted to funds, import-export financing are prohibited from the acceptance of a deposit from an American citizen. The 1932 enactment of the Homeowners Home Act, amended in 1933, prohibited the acceptance of a deposit from an American citizen. 12 U.S.C. number 3, subsection 378, Dealers in Securities Act, enacted in 1933, does not permit any acceptance of a deposit from an American citizen. Title 12 U.S.C. subsection 632, enacted in 1933. Only allows litigation of any claim of the permissive foreign banking provisions to a federal district court, which excludes any litigation in state. The only enforceable loan, lending of money, contract has to occur at a branch outside the United States. 12 U.S.C. subsection 615. Loan production offices restricted to member bank transactions must be located where the bank is permitted to establish a branch and are not allowed to be open to the general public. Consequently, any or all contrived notions of permissiveness of any loan or loan servicer concerning an American citizen would constitute a criminal charge of banking fraud. 18 U.S.C. subsection 1005, per 12 U.S.C. subsection 503. No investment in private residential real property in the United States. This is 12 CFR 1500. No deposit taken from an American citizen. 12 U.S.C. 378, 12 U.S.C. 1862, 12 U.S.C. 3102. No foreclosure of private residential real property in the United States. 12 CFR 12928. No liens on real property in the United States. 12 CFR 204. No banking in the United States. 89-45, section 3. Real estate loans in the United States. 89-45, section 6H. 12 U.S.C. 29, 12 U.S.C. 375B. No branching in the United States. 12 U.S.C. 36. Extensions of credit must be secured by a collateral deposit of 100% in cash. 12 CFR 215. No home loans to individuals. Home up of 1933. No securities for hedge fund investment.
I have to just play that at a later date. That's a lot of information. And he's adamant about making sure that all of it that he spits all of it. Anyway. Traffic has kicked up.
Using the left lane, turn left on West Kinney Street. In a quarter-mile, turn right on Irvine Turner Boulevard.
$538.32 divided by 28 hours and 28 minutes.
Turn right on Irvine Turner Boulevard.
$532 divided by 28 hours and a half. $532 divided by 28 and a half hours.
Turn left on 14th Avenue, then turn right on Union Street. Turn right on Union Street. Turn right on Union Street, then pick up Paps on the right. Pick up Paps on the right. Pick up Paps on the right.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Head to your drop-off at Newark Penn Station. Turn right on South Orange Avenue. In a quarter-mile, turn left on Gateway Center. Turn left on Gateway Center, then drop off maps on the left.
Have a good day, Tim.
You too.
Head to your pickup at 684 Burnside Street. Turn left on Raymond Boulevard. Using the right lane, turn right on McCarter Highway. In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn using the right lane.
See, man, the bed of TikTok go behind it.
So God.
Good thing that Wild Man Audits has taken the time to educate himself, and he's intelligent, and he has the tenacity to fight back and not lay down against these thugs. More people should do what Wild Man Audits is doing. And now we're going to get to take a look at him in action, in the courtroom. Self-educated man. Very impressive.
What do we have here?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi.
I think we have more wasting of tax dollars is what we have by checking laws.
I'm gonna make a comment, okay?
It's okay.
I'm just gonna get you a rain to get you not guilty plea on the books, okay?
I have a couple little things to put on the record, nothing big, but
Okay.
the first thing is having to do with jurisdiction, which can be brought up at any point.
Okay.
I want to make it clear that I'm here under special appearance. Nothing about my appearance today is to grant the court personal jurisdiction over me. I'm only here under threat or duress of arrest or pain and suffering, seeing as they have come and kidnapped me and arrested me falsely multiple times. Furthermore, I would like this immediately scheduled for a probable cause hearing, because I need to understand, I need the state to prove that there's probable cause in this case, because as far as I can tell, there is none. Furthermore, no constitutional rights would be waived in this case at all. And so therefore, I'm stating that I'm exercising my Sixth Amendment right of self-representation. And
you don't want to apply for an attorney?
Well, I would like the courts to appoint a standby counsel as co-counsel, so I will therefore retain both my right of self-representation and the right to have the assistance of counsel by means of standby counsel. According to Simmons versus United States, the Supreme Court has already decided stated that we find it intolerable that one constitutional right should have to be surrendered in order to assert another. Therefore, I can assert both my constitutional right to self-representation and have appointed counsel at the same time and exercise those rights concurrently. And I choose to do so in this case. Also, I wanted on the record that I'm not waiving my right to speedy trial, and nor does it stand. Okay, I don't waive my right to speedy trial.
I said it's not great thing that Wildman Audits has taken the time to educate himself, and he's intelligent.
Having to charge it every now and then. So make sure you get one for yourself. It has a very, very good camera quality. It stores.
Okay, bro, it's time to go ghost mode. Starting on Monday, we kick off the calisthenics workout plan for beginners. In a week, you'll start to feel it. In 2 weeks, you'll start to see it. And in 3 weeks, others will see it. But you just have to get started. And if you don't know where...
Hello, and welcome back to the show. Today I want to have a look at the bills of exchange. Now, you may remember I've had a gentleman called Mike Holt on the show several times, explaining how the bills of exchange can help people pay those rather nasty utility bills or bills from the government. And just to give this some sort of credence, I suppose, I have paid off my water bill with one of these, and the first time they accepted it, no problem, for about £300. The second time they pushed back, and I used different methods to sort that out. However, Mike has sent me, and we will get him back on the show to explain this in more detail and other things that he is doing. But he has explained, he's put together a separate website now, or a separate web page, I should suppose is a better way of describing it, which makes it a bit easier for people to understand. Now, also to give this credibility, I have had a gentleman get in touch with me and said that he, using the bill of exchange and basically his signature, has paid off his mortgage, completely cleared it, £130,000. And that may make people go, what do you mean? So he did the bill of exchange, he signed off the thing, and it went quiet for a while, and then when he went to check his mortgage account to see how much he was owing, he found it had all been settled. That is quite startling, I think you'll agree. And other people who have had utility bills, electric bills and things, have also used the same method. And of course, in these times in which everybody is finding it very, very tight, people are being evicted from their houses or they're having debt collectors coming along, I thought I would share this method with you. Of course, what it does, effectively, as I understand it, is using your legal fiction, the name on the birth certificate, the certified entry of the Crown Corporation's legal fiction, to settle the account, which is either coming off your trust fund, or it is being used to go onto the financial instrument that you effectively make is going onto the shares and things, the stock market, and then is being utilised to make money for the company that you sign for. As far as we're concerned, as long as our bills are paid, we haven't had to delve into our own private funds, so much the better. So I thought I'd just take you through this webpage. I'll leave the link in the description. You can do it. Now, please, do your own due diligence. This is not financial advice. This is not legal advice or anything like that. I am simply sharing a process that a number of people have used and found worked. There will be pushbacks, of course, but according to this webpage, then the bills of exchange, if they have accepted it and you don't get the financial instrument returned within 28 days, and legally, as I understand it, that means that it has been accepted. And I believe that's what happened when I dealt with the council tax last year. So let's have a look and see how we get on. So here we go. How to create the bills of exchange, and the website here says, of course, keep your cash in your pocket, understanding and using the bill of exchange to legally settle all bills sent by the government corporation without spending your hard-earned cash. It goes into a little bit of information about how that, or rather what it is, and all of that. But the bit that I want to get to is the mechanics of it, because this does seem to be very advantageous for a lot of people. And again, just to reiterate, you've got to take on board that you may well have a bit of pushback, there may be a bit of fear, but if you hold your nerve, it ought to, and I stress ought to, come out right. So how does the Bill of Exchange work? The mechanics are straightforward, but rely on precise execution. So you get a bill from the government or a utility bill, so that don't go after small family-run firms and things like that. These are really the big corporations who understand how this works. It could be a fine, it could be a tow notice, or it could be any other demand. As I say, I did deal with this on the council tax. The issuer of the organisation that sends the issuer is the organisation that sends you the bill. You create the Bill of Exchange. You, the alleged debtor, follow the steps below to draft the document naming the creditor, i.e. the issuer, that's the people who send you the bill, as the payee. You mail the Bill of Exchange by registered mail and sit back and wait for the response. Now, by law, they should respond with a receipt, but often they'll try to deny your Bill of Exchange. In other words, they'll come back and say, oh, we don't accept that sort of thing. So be prepared to handle any rejections. So you're not losing anything, because at the end of the day, if they say no, we don't accept it, you can of course just pay it along the way. You're not going to be shoved in prison or anything like that for attempting to pay by this method, as long as you settle the account one way or another. Acceptance or rejection. The creditor receives the Bill of Exchange and has a limited window, typically 72 hours, but you can set the time limit up to 28 days if you wish to accept return. If they keep it without objection, it is legally considered settled under the Bill of Exchange Act. That's the important thing. Settled. The debt is settled, and the biller can take it to the bank for payment. And I believe that is simply how it works. So you can read the webpage, and I'll leave the link in the description. So here are the steps, which I just thought I would run through briefly so you can see. So it says here, step 1, gather your materials. Original billing notice is sent by the government or whoever. Always make a digital and paper copy of the document sent by the agency so that you have proof, i.e. the speeding ticket, utility bill, etc. So that you start creating a paper trail. Effectively, it is your court case and paper. You'll need a wetting signature for legal weight, envelope postage for sending back. Okay, he says this is very important. Scan or photograph the bill as soon as you get it and keep the image in a folder dedicated to the Bill of Exchange. Always keep copies, create a paper trail, proof of receipt of the Bill of Exchange you send back. So they're the bare bones of it, which is fairly simplistic. Step 2, draft the Bill of Exchange. So I'll give you an example of how it should look in a moment. And we have done this on previously, but it's always good to revisit some of these things. So pay to the order, the biller's name, without recourse. So this is slightly different from how I did it, but I think this is an updated version. By, and this is where you sign and date. You write your name below your signature, first name of the house, surname, endorser and general executor. Sign it with your usual signature in blue or red if you wish. No digital signatures. Date it for the day you post it. This starts the 72-hour clock. Each time you create a Bill of Exchange, click on the LIP forms, LIP forms, image below, to generate authority to process the Bill of Exchange letter. And you'll see on the website you can do this. Now, I didn't do that. I just signed it, sent it off. I did have some pushback, but eventually they must have accepted it because I never received a liability order, and it all went very quiet with the council tax. But I had a statement from the water company saying that it was settled. So I had set a precedent with them, even though after making the video, of course, they were flurried with a number of people doing the same, and then they pushed back quite heavily. If you know a specific person's name, i.e. the officer issuing the fine, address it to them for added precision, or address it to I guess that's the chief finance officer of the organisation. You can also make a copy of the original and address it to the fraud department. So now, if I press this button, we should see an example of how to do the bill itself and what you do and how you write it. As you can see, the personal information has been redacted here, but that's not the point. So we've got a $1,915 bill here from something called AGL, which presumably is an electric company in Australia, but this works in this country as well. And you can see this is how you do it in red ink, as you can see, so that it's all signed. It's all basically, in my mind, what's going on here is as if you're turning this instrument, this bill, into a financial instrument, and so it can be then effectively a promissory note of sorts, so that it can be taken by the issuer to the bank, and it will settle the account. He says also add any other extra bits of paper that come with it, void as initio here, which basically says not relevant, nothing to do with it, and what have you. So there it is. You send it back. Step 3, place the bill of exchange you've created into an envelope and address it to the person or the organisation, department, head. If you don't have a name, always send your bill of exchange by registered mail, as we said, tracking issues so that they cannot deny receiving it. No need to get a signature at the other end, although it's handy. You your post office receipt is evidence that you sent it. Mail to the address on the notice. Don't call or email, as verbal communication weakens your paper trail. And I would definitely say keep all your communications via paper rather than emails or telephone calls. I have my phone permanently on silent because I don't want them calling to me and changing jurisdiction in a conversation. And here it is, your 74-hour rule on step 4. If they don't return the bill of exchange within 3 days, if you have given them longer to respond, then don't do anything until that time expires. Follow up. If they persist with demands and refuse to honour your bill of exchange, which is what happened to me and with the council tax, after the time limit, note their response and lack of its evidence that they've accepted the bill of exchange. In other words, if they can keep coming back to you, unless they return this bill, this is my understanding, unless they return it, they have accepted it. They might say, oh, we don't accept this, we don't accept it. And I had exactly that with the council, saying, well, we don't accept it, we don't accept it. And I said, well, that's fine, send it back, and I'll settle it a different way. But they didn't. And then eventually it just sort of disappeared. Once you have sent your bill of exchange or response letter, do nothing. Wait for their response and then decide your next step. Often an organisation will set your account, but neglect to confirm with a receipt. You can and should write demand a legally formatted receipt notarized by the person responsible. But if you don't get a bill back, then, this kind of says it, doesn't it? Check the next bill they send. It shows the new amount. This shows that they accepted the bill of exchange, which is what happened to me with the water bill, because the water bill came and it said the last couple of payments and it showed that them were paid. And here, stand firm, avoid phone calls. And if you do accidentally say, I can't discuss this matter on the phone, communicate by mail only, keep the records of every notice they send. Anyway, it talks about the things that can go wrong, which is worth looking at, and what to do when they don't when they don't honour the bill. And of course, if they don't honour the bill and they don't return the thing, the financial instrument, then another thing I did was to send them an invoice. I said, well, you haven't returned it, so I'm sending you an invoice for the same amount. These are all different tactics, of course. I'm not saying any of them are the perfect solution to anything. But in this world where the government is causing chaos and mayhem to people and putting the price up of everything, taxing us left, right, and centre, the utility companies may not be acting properly, legally, according to the jurisdiction. That many of the utility companies, particularly say with electricity, are merely brokers pretending to supply you with electricity when actually they're not doing that. They're under a different act, the Credit Act, as I understand it. Then we're just simply responding to that by saying, fine, I'll send you a bill, I'll try the signature. As I say, always have the money aside, because you can always at the end of the day go and say, okay, I'm fed up with the fear and the pressure and the rejection of all of this. You can at the end of the day pay. The way I look at it, if you wanted to put it in a different way, is you get a bill that comes in and you go, okay, I'll settle that with your signature. But look at it this way, you give them a gold bar. I mean, this is just a way of looking at it. They don't actually do this. It's like you've given them a gold bar, and then they come back and say, well, we don't accept gold bars. And you go, fine, okay, hand me my gold bar back, and I will pay you in the normal way or another way. If they don't hand you your gold bar back, you've effectively given them the money. They've accepted the gold bar. Your signature is effectively the gold bar that you create. You are creating money with your signature. That's how it works. I'll leave the link in the description. You have a look at it, see what you think. And I will be back with more things soon. And as I say, we'll get Mike on the show in due course, and we'll go through it another time, plus find out all the other things that he's doing. But I'll leave the link in the description. You can see for yourself how you feel about it. This isn't financial advice, it's not legal advice, it is just an option that you might want to explore for entertainment purposes only. Until next time, goodbye. Hello, and welcome back to the show.
What's that on this restock?
You're not teaching me anything, Saga. You're not teaching me anything. It's way more proof. The proof is in, well, first of all, the proof is in the first thing I showed you, which is this. Christian Slavs and the Muslim masters, white slavery in the Mediterranean, the Barbary coast of Italy. So the dude with the turban on right here, that's the Turk, and that's the Slav over there, okay? Now, the Turk right here becomes the Muslim, okay? But also, because of who they are, they are these guys. They're these guys. Because they end up, they was already the Muslim masters back then. They end up being the royal guard because they, you know what I'm saying, they subject to the crown. I know who they are. I know exactly who they are. They subject to the crown. These are the same guys right here. Because it's just a job. It's just a position. In black and white. Now, here's how you connect all of them together. Everybody gets what they're teaching from the bishop and the archbishops of the convocation and all of that. The same thing works with the Catholic Church. The same thing works with like these guys right here who are up under the crown. It's the same thing. And
so those are supposed to be words right there?
Yeah, because they're okay, look, you gotta understand who they are. With the indentured servant, came a few people.
with the indentured servant came the Pope and the guy on the left. But we know who this is. We know it's a king, but still, like, he would have represented the guard. That's why he got the sword on him. So they got two things. They ended up getting two things. They ended up getting power as the church, and they ended up getting power as the military. Okay? And that's why you see it, this thing here, where you see the Turk and he got the weapon. That represents the military. And then the Slav ended up being the Christian. The Slav ended up being the Christian. So that's a representation of the church. Okay? So just like I showed you in the photo, just going back to that photo, just like I showed you in that photo, it's two people represented. The military and the church. Okay? And so that answers your question about who they are right there. You know what I'm saying? Now going back right here, the little white tea lady off to the side, that's Queen Elizabeth. And she gets to check the guard. She gets to inspect that guard. So like
yes, ma'am.
I said, the Ottomans and the Moors, they all subject to the crown. Bro.
How are you?
And one way they
I'm well, thank you.
Smaller subsidies or versions of Moors, like when you look at the Moorish temples or whatever, they be fed and everything just like these dudes. It's just like these dudes. Put it up to a turban or whatever. Whoever you loyal to says
right on Thomas
who
Street.
you know what I'm saying, locking arms with.
See, I from what I understand, and I'm like all of this stuff, you know, mentioned the Shriners, which you can tie that back to the Masons. You can tie it back to the Golden Age or the Golden Dawn. You can tie it back to a lot of different secret societies, right? And then you mentioned under the Queen's rule. Well,
right.
As are we in this country.
No, that's wrong. That part's wrong. It just looks that way.
70 years after this country was founded, it went broke, and there was a deal that was brokered between this country and Europe,
right on Thomas
that
Boulevard.
for the souls of every person that was born into this country, we would sell the souls of everyone born in this country, and then they would own it. And so every birth certificate, best I can understand, that has to put a child, it goes to the Vatican. London is the bank, and the United States is, like you mentioned, the military side of shit, right? And so
yeah, but that's still not America. The part that we gotta wake up to is that it's like basically like when you say after the country was founded.
Well, you know what I'm saying. Just going off of historical bullshit that we're talking about.
But let's go ahead and let's
just a magnetic slight left turn on North Gate Street.
You know that this country was founded way before they said it was.
Well, I'm talking about
So really what you're looking at is the foundation of the United States Corporation, and that's what probably went bankrupt very shortly after its founding. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. And now, second of all, the Americans. Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I understand it.
So like, it's gonna come a point in time, bro. It's gonna come a point in time where actual constitution that America has is gonna assume states. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna have to, because it's a corporation versus an actual continent that contains nations of people. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be kidding me, man. That's why some countries, bro, they got whole dances that they do when they feel like you trying to push them over the limit. You ain't never seen that before?
When what now? Say that again.
You ain't never seen that before?
Well, I couldn't hear that last part, but you were saying something.
I said there's some nations of people that have whole WAR dances that they do when they feel like they fed up and you're not gonna do to them what you're trying to do to them. I forget what you call it, but like when the like how the Congress and the Senate all have to meet up sometimes, like, and some of them people be in there like going straight ham. Like I seen where India, the representatives of India, bro, they broke out into a WAR dance. I forget what it's called, but
like modern day, like as if it wasn't happening here, you'd see the Congress people just start doing like one of those things like you're talking about.
Yeah, they got ritualistic dances that they do, and like everybody in their culture know it and will do it in your face. Just and what the dance means is like, we ain't gonna take what you got going on. We ain't gonna do it. Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called the haka.
You see the term.
If you watch them do that, it lets you know how long they have been who they are.
Yeah,
everybody turn right on Freeway Drive West.
No, and they made it up. They made it up to as something that they're going to do to their leaders or to other countries. This is just a sign to let y'all know we're fed up. We're not gonna take it. You can't do what you're trying to do, and if you go any further than this, it's WAR.
Yeah, it seems interesting to me, man, that in all these different areas across the world, that, like you mentioned, that kind of dance, these rituals, you know, in each of these areas, there seems to be some deep-rooted cultural, you know, things that wouldn't even need a written history, that they themselves, it's carried on through oral tradition amongst the people that are native to that land, right? And it begs the question, you know, if it's not something bigger than just man, you know, if it's not spiritual in nature, that's something that's pulling the strings, something that's, you know, the unseen hand, you know, because it seems to me in all of these cultures, there's a common thread that goes through all of them. And it kind of seems to go back as far as whatever the history is, Egyptian, you know, or, you know, even before then, as far as Osiris, it's just the same story over and over again with different characters, right? I mean, through these religions and stuff, like, that's what it seems to me. I mean, there's always a, you know, well, and the obelisk, have you seen the obelisks, how they start? And you know, they supposedly mean, and with the body of water and the dome, and you know, that whole thing.
I know what those obelisks mean. They mean a lot of stuff, you know, because symbolism, you know, is everywhere. You know, a lot of things are used for symbolism. You know what I'm saying? But like the type of mindsets that put those things together or whatever, they didn't just do it or whatever. You know, those things tell stories. They tell you what happened and why, and they tell who did it.
They were there all before any of this came along. You know what I'm saying? I don't think with all the freedom we have today, and what they call a Greek or Roman style buildings all over the world, they're all the same.
I could. I know exactly how it was done.
What's that?
Like, I don't even understand why people make it so complicated. I understand how all of it was done.
The obelisks? how they're all the same, and all of the, like, whether you're here or whether you're in. I just seen a guy post a video. He was over in what was it, Taiwan, I think, and he was saying that there's stuff that's not even on their maps. He had video of the buildings that are here. They're in Taiwan. It makes no sense. Why do they have buildings in Taiwan and all over the world that have this style? You know, these.
Because at one point in time, there was a one world, you know what I'm saying, nation. The whole world was one nation.
No, with living in harmony with all that. Yeah, I believe so too. And it just makes you, it begs the question, like, what, you know, mud flood or whatever it was. It's like, what caused it to fracture the way that it did and become?
Oh no,
because it must be. It seems like with there's that in there, but it was very tribal.
Down was not a fracture. What tore it down was jealousy.
Amongst men, spiritual, or like something greater than man.
Okay. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth says that men had done, like, always practice different forms of when blood sacrifices and stuff start being offered, whatever, it brought up beings of lower vibration. So now being of lower vibration, like, simply means this. Look at the children and you can see if you were bad children is being born. That's what's happening. So it means a struggle into the real. This is a real. That happens when you get the vibration up into the realm, and then you got to become adults. Aliens, they're not benevolent beings. So at the time that empire was taken out, it was taken out so bad, like, you know, with the free energy system, everybody benefits. Everybody can, like, you know what I mean? All your basics, like, you know, just you ain't gotta pay the gas bill, you ain't gotta pay the water bill, you know, you don't have to pay for certain things to transfer. You ain't gotta pay for it. Like the city bus or the train or the airplane, you ain't gotta pay for it. You know what I'm saying? So imagine exactly everything that you don't have to pay for, okay? And food too, because now you only pay for even your lifestyle better. That's what the food is right up there in every being, right? And it's you people, both big and strong. You do have some nations that were outside of that culture. You know what I'm saying? So those. That seems like a entire realm. This is whole place, right? Where it's like I was on the obelisk in my mind. Like I was already right here in this part of the conversation because it's an all that. That's just a when they had perfected by the time Tartaria was here. Tartaria is like the perfection of all. Yeah, they took down all the greater things, and they did something. They probably did something major, you know, as far as like they probably took down like a major connection in the whole system. The whole tower around Terry could be just a reflection of the system now. Matter of fact, I'm getting an image in my mind of what Will Smith was trying to do. He was trying to shut down Mickey in iRobot. Yeah, that undertaking would have been similar to that. They had to fight all the clone robots to get in. Like, crazy. But the system that is the whole mess. Yes, that had become a massive undertaking. And that's what the Bible says, that there was a war in heaven. Because at the time of Tartaria, you had flying ships and stuff there. Kind of things, Southern Baptist, I never really liked it. People would sing he took me to his house and stuff and stayed through the night. And his church was most of the black church. I felt it there was entirely different. I was raised right. And it was like definitely the hillbilly stuff. Later in life, I started looking at James and all these other things and understanding that it seems like might be unhealthy truth from that. I give credit for this. And there's a lot of things that are just so if you look at the music industry and all the stuff that's going on, and, what I think about, really huge. All of that. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this as a highly like being impressed on this. Share some light with you. Okay? I'm just keeping this so real right now. That's energy harvesting, bro. But I agree. I absolutely understand. Yes. I wasn't trying to beings. I agree entirely. That's what this is. So basically, like somebody in the comments was asking about this could be really disappointing for you. But I'm getting that you right. Just the way that you right, what you asking about, and the answer. That's really in the end. We all agree. They turned us into a greed. Yeah, but we are the energy that powers us. I started to do that, and all of that, I look at businesses, looking at businesses.
That might teach us to stay on night to make sure stays in good ways.
That's got all the money. Got all the money. Besides that, access to all of the resources. Okay? Because like, ain't nobody living past 150. I seen the Jamaican lady that was like 103. I ain't gonna lie. Just like Trump said, I ain't seen nobody 200 years old. I ain't seen nobody 300 years old. It's people doing things that he read 300 years old.
I think he's on to something that people don't understand.
Listen, what he's doing is he's tackling actions. I don't know if it's service or not. I'm just saying he's going to say any citizen, the word citizens is going to use the mind. All of us need to understand that citizens are not. The first line citizens are actually basically United States Corporation is literally Americans because they know they got permission to become the United States Corporation. So back in history, it's the Americans that allowed the indentured servants to come over and take jobs and become snobs here in America. They also let the British so-called empire become part of the elite. But became the beat out time and somebody became the fans, whatever, and all that good stuff, whatever. Down by the action of Americans and those that the descendants of those people. So what does it look like? Like we used to have it's on that. And you see how many executive orders Trump has signed? I know it's a shit ton. He's undoing what was doing when the corporation was given power. He had made just time periods in the 1800s, right? But yeah, that's something. He had a hot stick in 1930s. In the 1800s, that's what Bobby's saying. That's why he asked, like, what happened in the 1800s in order to, like, remember, like, Wall Street was already. I was talking about this first day. Like, Wall Street was up already in the early, late 1800s. Black Wall Street was already up. It was already there because it got hit with the hot stick, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, in 1930. Okay, so therefore, like we just said, in the 80s, Trump said in the 1800s was the richest time ever. That lets you know that, like this right here.
Take right exit 42A toward the west.
Highway 202. I'm like this right here. Now that doesn't mean that no whiteys were here at that time. It doesn't mean that. And actually, it was some. Okay, because my theory says we allowed them in during the time where we were living as the Olmecs and the Mississippians, like we let them in because we're immigration. We're with immigration. Same problem that Trump telling y'all that we having now. Because he probably already studied how America was lost back then. Okay? He didn't say he wanted to make America great again. He didn't say he wanted to make the United States great again. Right? You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure. And then if you go to my page, you will see some video of Trump telling people, you know, that he probably wouldn't even be president. And the fundamentals that he have is not really popular. You feel me? Right. So Trump already announced that if he was ever president, he was gonna bring some things to the table that was not gonna be popular. Okay? Some of those things that he bringing to the table, you're seeing it play out with these executive orders. Okay? Because Trump also knows that, you know, everybody been saying that the Native American is not the Native American. So I'm pretty sure enough or whatever to do what I did, and like something like look at a picture like this from the 1920s. This is from the 1920s, okay? And it's Tulsa. It's man, look, man. Or these photos, man. It just don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? How like it's not just that they were driving in cars. It's not just. I'm gonna show some more of these photos. Alright, let's take some of these out of the way. Take some of these other photos. Alright, so have you ever heard that the ships that brought all the slaves up here were owned by the Jewish? You know what? I don't bother with that. Well, for a specific reason. There's gonna be a time where it's just people kidnapping people and relocating them or whatever, you know what I'm saying, from one place to another so that they could create a narrative of the melanated stuff. Well, what if it was just, what if it didn't have anything to do with necessarily like slavery? What if the script is entirely, what if it was like you were showing like, you know, ships full of just white people, right? And if you know, say what some would refer to as, like in scripture, God's favorite people, Jews, weren't actually the people that we see as Jews today. But if they were, you know, maybe darker skinned, and what if it was something like, you know, something happened somewhere else where the people who came over on those ships are the ships. They became the ships right here, because they know for a fact that they was the Slavs. So it's their story that you're reading in the Bible.
You're welcome, ma'am. Have a good day.
Story. Okay, the Bible was revised and recirculated to that way it look just like them. That's why there's a YT God in that Bible. I don't figure that out. YT God in that Bible because it was made for the YT Slav. That's what that Bible was put together and made for. That's why that's why the shit like the way that they do. Okay. That's it. So, if you listen to those tapes, where those
turn right on Littleton Road, then turn
are
right on
coming up and arriving in America. America was of its people that lived there. They drove up to an empty America pretty much.
They was at that point in time, they was driving up to an empty America, the promised land. The promised land.
So are you thinking that? Are you saying that there was like a war that took place and they were killed off by like
unalive? But yes,
yeah.
It's called the Civil War. As you know what I'm saying? Come on. All the civil battles that happened here in America, the so-called World WAR 1 and 2. That's them ripping America to shreds. You know what I'm saying?
And covered up the evidence of other, like, you know,
the world. Everybody starting to figure out that the world leaders and all that is happening backwards. Like when they call you over here and say the world fair is in Chicago, they're literally tearing something else up. All right, you're back. We're tearing it up.
They're exposing stuff before they tear it down.
Right.
Turn right on Dryden Way.
Yeah, I might as well let you up, Prince Greg, because I do not like you be all caps in my comments. You know what I'm saying? So I might as well let you up.
I always type caps. Peace to you. I do that on every line. I always type caps.
I bet you do. I bet. Yes. I ain't even defending you, but I don't like all
In a quarter
caps.
mile, keep right onto State Route 10 using the right lane.
I might as well let you up.
Okay, thank you. The problem is, go take a look at the 1866 Veterans Medal that was given to the veterans of the Civil War. You will see that.
I already know where you going, Dredd.
Right.
Look, Dredd, I already know where you going, cause look, when you really gonna show exactly what I've been saying. Now you go ahead with that motherfucker out. All you gonna do is verify, and then I'm gonna pull up other pictures to verify what you're saying, cause I already know that's true. That same Slav that's on your phone,
Right onto State Route
the
10.
same Slav that I've been talking about right here. And then on the coin, because I done heard you deliver it, you know what I'm saying, a couple of times, so you gonna know I know what you're talking about. On that coin, you can clearly see the Slav is actually on their knees thanking the soldier. And the soldier is a melanated soldier, not a white tee soldier. But when they come back to the whitewash, it's the opposite.
I was just reading deep, bro. They had five, just like they had $5 Indian. They had $5 veterans. But they had $5 veterans.
Asking about the Moors, I just be shaking my head because the Moors was like this at first. So you got $5 Moors out there too? Right. They do that. They do.
Just ahead, pick up Jessica.
In order
also with their protesters too, they pay people to protest and loot and all of this stuff. Antiva, y'all remember when Antiva came through destroying the cities and stuff?
Antiva.
They were paid.
Pick up Jessica.
That's where they created what they call probably like a lobbyist. That's a good word for like somebody who you're gonna use to go spread some lies and cook up stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because the way that this was done was only by one way. Text says that they crept into the councils. So basically you got lower vibrational beings that haven't been you know what I'm saying? These gonna be in that end up in power to switch stuff around like this.
Yeah. If you read up on the Civil War, the European immigrants were actually fighting in that was supposed to be Civil War that they don't tell you about. Yeah, I didn't cover it all. And so after the war,
wait. You said it's in the Civil War?
Yes, in the Civil War.
Okay, so check this out now. Check this out. Yes, that, because I'm pretty sure even before the indentured servant came over, they had all in position. because I believe they have been put in. Before we got to the place of fighting civil wars and stuff like that, or whatever, America was just.
Now the Lord God had planted Africa's self-powered car, the silent revolution that could bankrupt big oil. Forget gas stations, charging cables, and even lithium mines. In a modest lab just outside Harare, Zimbabwe, there's a car that runs on something you can't see, an energy source that exists all around us. It doesn't need fuel, charging stations, or expensive batteries. Instead, it taps directly into radio waves, the same invisible signals that carry your music, your calls, and your data. And at just $4,999, this vehicle is set to upend the global energy order. Welcome to Moro, where we uncover the untold stories behind disruptive technology. If you value genuine innovation and clear, data-driven insights, please subscribe now. You won't want to miss what's coming next. In a lab outside Harare, there's a car that runs on something most people take for granted, the air itself. The Safe Kai, developed by Zimbabwean innovator Maxwell Chikumbutso, draws its power from radio waves. Yes, the very same signals that keep our smartphones and Wi-Fi networks humming. This isn't a theory. It's a real-world breakthrough that could topple the traditional energy paradigm and send shockwaves through big oil. As conventional automakers cling to aging lithium-ion tech and exploitative supply chains, Maxwell's creation is quietly rewriting the rules. And with a price tag of just $4,999, this isn't reserved for a privileged few. It's poised to democratize mobility across Africa and beyond. If you're ready to discover how one radical idea is challenging an entire industry, hit subscribe now. Stay with us as we dive deep into the details. The Safe Kai isn't powered by fossil fuels or bulky lithium-ion batteries. It's powered by radio waves. At its core, the vehicle uses a set of advanced fractal antenna arrays mounted on the roof. These antennas are engineered with intricate, logarithmic periodic designs that maximize their surface area, enabling them to capture a wide spectrum of radio frequencies, from 3 kHz all the way up to 300 GHz. In bustling urban centers like Lagos, where cell towers and Wi-Fi signals abound, these antennas can harvest up to 15 kilowatts of energy. That's enough to keep the car running at a constant 80 kilometers an hour, even without a conventional power source. Once the antennas collect the raw RF energy, the next challenge is conversion. The Safe Kai employs a multi-stage Cockcroft-Walton voltage multiplier, an ingenious circuit originally developed in the 1930s to transform the weak, erratic AC signals into a steady 400-volt DC output. This converted energy is then stored in state-of-the-art graphene supercapacitors. Unlike traditional lithium-ion batteries, these supercapacitors can charge in mere minutes and are designed to last over 10,000 charge cycles without significant degradation, even under the brutal heat of the African sun. Another key innovation is the vehicle's regenerative braking system. When the Safe Kai slows down, its axial flux motors recover up to 63% of the kinetic energy, a figure that dwarfs the 32% recovery rate typically seen in conventional electric vehicles. This recaptured energy is fed back into the graphene supercapacitors, creating a self-replenishing power loop. In controlled tests by the Kenyan leverages the nearly infinite reservoir of ambient radio waves. In effect, every call, every broadcast, every digital transmission becomes a source of power. This radical approach not only reduces operational costs, but also has the potential to drastically...
The trunk release is on the trunk. Look above the number 39. The trunk release is on the trunk above the number 39.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Head to your pickup and head to your drop off at Mondelez Tech Center. Head to your drop-off at Mondelez Tech Center. Turn right.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Turn left on Hilton Court. Just ahead, turn right on Campus Drive. Turn right on Campus Drive. Turn right on Dryden Way. In a quarter mile, make a slight right turn on Mount Pleasant Avenue using the right lane. Make a slight right turn on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
What the hell?
mile turn left on River Road. Turn left on River Road. Quarter mile turn left. Turn left. Turn right. In a quarter mile turn right. Turn right, then drop off Jessica. Drop off Jessica.
Right here or around?
Just right here. Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much, ma'am. Have a good morning.
You too.
Thank you.
Mind if I just pull up the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Head west toward Condor Drive. In 500 feet, turn left onto Condor Drive.
The fuck?
Turn left onto Condor Drive. Continue on Condor Drive for half a mile.
That's chicken butt stuff.
In 800 feet, turn left onto Astoria Place. Turn left onto Astoria Place. In 600 feet, turn left onto River Road. Turn left onto River Road. Continue on River Road for 1.5 miles. In a quarter mile, turn right onto Eagle Rock Avenue. At the light, turn right onto Eagle Rock Avenue. Continue on Eagle Rock Avenue for half a mile. In a quarter mile, use the second from the left lane to turn left onto Eisenhower Parkway. At the light, use the second from the left lane to turn left onto Eisenhower Parkway. In 1,000 feet, use the right lane to take the I-280 East ramp. Use the right lane to take the I-280 East ramp. Continue on I-280 East for 4 miles. Turn left on Mount Pleasant Avenue.
Well, people, shalom or shalom. I've come to the end of another broadcast day and another end to a shift. I hope you all have a terrific Thursday and you enjoy the rest of your day. Don't work too hard. You already know the rest. And hope to see you out here tomorrow. We'll see. In about an hour or two, I'm gonna live stream a couple of lectures by a couple of lessons by Carl Miller about your rights, and you should know your rights. So tune in. You'll see me come up. Shalom. Bye, everybody.